put up two chairs.
Yeah, how about you guys just pull up this way, because then people aren't cramped, and then also you don't have like sitting this way.
There you go.
We're still we had a situation where somebody didn't plug in their chair's microphone correctly to charge, so she's using one that's normally available for other people to use. So we're not gonna know.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the March 24th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Cummings?
Here.
Hernandez?
Here.
Koenig?
Here.
And Martinez.
Here. For those who feel most comfortable today participating in this meeting in Spanish, please let us know at the clerk up here and we will try to accommodate your requests. Additionally, we appreciate those requests coming in advance, and you can do so by visiting the clerks of the board's office in person, sending an email to cobstaff@santacruzca.gov, or calling our office at 831-454-2323. We'll now move on to item number 2, our moment of silence. Do any of my colleagues would they like to recognize anybody on today's moment of silence? Seeing none, please join me in a general moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any late additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yes, we do, Chair. For item 10, we have additional materials. There is a revised staff report, packet pages 61 through 62, correcting the subcommittee establishment date. And then for item 11, staff requested that the item be deleted. That's all.
Thank you. Would any of my colleagues like to pull any item from today's consent agenda? Seeing none, we will now move on to item number 5, which is public comment. I now like to invite the public to make public comment on any item on the consent or closed agenda or any subject matter that's within the jurisdiction of the board. If you'd like to speak on one of the items that's on today's regular agenda, then I'm going to ask that you please wait until that item is heard. If you are interested in speaking today, would you please either raise your hand or form a line so I can see how many people are here? So we have about 7 or 8 of you. And if you are on the phone, please raise your hand by dialing *9. Madam Clerk, how many people do we have on the phone?
Chair, currently 5 people have their hands raised.
Great. Given that, I would like to set the comment period to 2 minutes each. Good morning. You're welcome to proceed.
Yeah. Hello. Good. It seems to be working. Yeah, my name is James Ewing Whitman. One of the things that I think about when we're asked for a moment of silence is to breathe in all the pain and suffering in the world and then breathe out relief. So here we are. If we were to go back 6 years ago, it's when Santa Cruz County started its lockdown. Really quite some interesting things that happened with that. Several people are alluding to the facts that these mishaps and mistakes with people showing their supposed power to practice authority over others, and then being just shown up for kind of being paper tigers, specifically referring to NATO and the United States military, unfortunately, because we no longer have the ability to produce the weapons of mass destruction that the United States is so famous for being the biggest terrorist organizational country on the planet the last 250 years. Is this on? Oh, I should just speak louder. Okay. So what can we actually do? So 20% of our fuel supply has been greatly affected. That's just 20%. This seems to be creating an incredible lockdown. There's other cultures that some can clearly describe, like Ore and Moret, are 5,000 years old. I'm talking about Persia. Now, the fact that they had an inkling that this was going to happen, like they are just very constructive players and have been planning for, at least 25 years. Look at the neocons agenda. So what we're dealing with now are going to be food shortages. And what can we all do to help each other? Thank you.
Can you guys hear me okay? Can I start? Hi, my name is Deb Tracy Prue, and I am a departmental analyst with County Public Health, but I'm speaking to you today as a taxpayer and a voter in the county. I had the honor of working under the leadership of Jen Herrera during the the county's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and I'd like to say that Jen represents the best of what this county could hope for in a leader. She leads with complete dedication, professionalism, transparency, and more importantly, Jen leads with humility and compassion. Jen's abrupt departure from the county has struck a tremendous blow to the morale of an already beleaguered and frightened workforce. And at a time when the federal government is doing its best to undermine the social safety net, the loss of Jen's leadership is a disservice to the health and well-being of the citizens of the county. I hope the county will reconsider recent decisions regarding leadership at the Health Services Agency. It should be so lucky to consider Jen Herrera among its ranks. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My apologies, as I won't be here to address this issue during the regular agenda item. But my name is Maria Cadenas. I'm the Executive Director of Ventures, a nonprofit based in Watsonville. I'm here to ask you to not support our recommended core actions. The recommendations take a limited and narrow definition of the safety net and a regressive approach to creating well-being in the county. CORE reflects a unique investment in long-term sustainability of the county beyond political whims, not to mention that the shift comes significantly short of meeting the budget gap. Returning to a limited definition of a safety net is short-sighted. It prevents the county from benefiting from innovative, equity-centered interventions. As an example, most of Santa Cruz County's births are funded on Medi-Cal. Most are kids of color. Most are in South County, where families face the highest income gap and have the lowest college degree rates, limiting their lifetime economic mobility. Enter Semillitas. Semillitas is a college savings account, and it is an innovative model that impacts health, economic mobility, and academic attainment. All that means lower costs for health, be it better children's health outcomes, and increased educational attainment. That's workforce mobility for our future, while creating belonging for every child. It is so successful, it is being featured by the state in the state's Children's Wealth Building Summit. Semillitas is a type of program that a narrowly defined safety net would not permit it to exist. It goes beyond an impact of an election cycle. It's one that could be labeled a nice to have, but in reality is a must have for a county. Removing core funding now puts that program in jeopardy, but most importantly, it puts aside our commitment to generational shifts in the wealth building of our county. I know these are difficult times, and it is precisely in difficult times where our character and courage to a better tomorrow should stay strong. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to speak fast so I can get every word in. My name is David Davis, and I work at HPHP. I'm commenting on Agenda Item 8, HSD and Housing for Health Response to Day Services closing. How is this not resolved? For a year, you have known about this, 5 months of meetings since the formal announcement, and 3 months since you were asked to come up with a solution. And according to the meeting packet, we are to hear nothing substantial has been done to fix this by April 1st. There may be some plans that could possibly be implemented, but what about now? The best you can do is keep people's benefits mail for them when that does not even constitute a small part of the mail they receive. And once again, it will fall to HPHP as our budget is cut, our staff is shrinking, and our morale has been reduced to vapors to pick up the pieces. None of you help the homeless population on a daily basis the way we do. None of you see so many of them suffer on the streets, but we do. None of you treat their ailments and physical and emotional pains, but we do. There's a building right next door to us that could hold the bathroom, showers, and mailroom, and we have suggested this in the few meetings we've attended, in emails to community organizers in the city, and not only haven't we been given a reason why it can't be used, we have not even been graced with a response at all. And you continue to throw more money at Housing Matters, whose 7-unit building on Coral Street has daily drug traffic and a small child that died there, yet removing day services will cure any of these things for the 120 people who will live at Harvey West Studios. What a joke. I am ashamed of the city and county government, HSD, Housing for Health, and HSA management for having 5 to 14 months to get ahead of this, and with 8 days to go, there is still nothing in place. I have to get back to my desk now and help plan out how we will handle the daily demands of our 1 bathroom for every person living on Coral Street, the demands for supplies we will have to justify to buy for people to clean themselves, as there are no bathrooms from 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. and no showers, and how we will justify this on our own budget when we already get turned down to buy sunblock for our outreach staff. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Danny Maydon. I work in the Department of Public Health for the County of Santa Cruz. I'm here today to express my grave concern over the removal of Jen Herrera as Assistant Director of Health Services Agency. I first met Jen when I was an intern for the county in 2019, and she was the Director of Public Health. She was such an inspiration to me as an up-and-coming public health professional. She saw this county through COVID-19, the CZU fires, and so many other tumultuous events with unwavering leadership. But what makes Jen special is that even in her leadership position, you could always come and talk to her and she would actually listen. She cares so much about this community and the HSA employees. This is an egregious loss for the county. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Tara Leonard, and I've worked at the Health Services Agency for over 12 years. But I'm speaking today just as an individual and as a resident of District 3. I'm also here to express my shock and dismay at the removal of Jennifer Herrera. Jen was a valued and highly capable member of HSA leadership. I had the privilege of working with Jen since she was Director of Nursing, well before COVID, and then through COVID, when she became the Director of Public Health, before moving into agency leadership. The reason Jen moved so quickly through the ranks is because she provided steady and thoughtful leadership through some of the most demanding years that this field has ever experienced. She manages with deep knowledge, collaboration, and genuine care for both community members and staff, creating a level of trust that allows all of us to work to our highest potential. As someone wiser than me said about this yesterday, Jen's kind of leadership leaves a mark, and it's okay to grieve the loss of it. And I think that's what many of us are feeling, personal grief at the loss of a guiding light for our organization. Empathetic grief for someone who was treated so horribly after 10 years of exemplary service, but also a larger grief for HSA and what this decision says about its future and about its ability to continue serving the community in the way we depend upon it to do so. Staff are united in our concern about this, and you might be wondering, then where are they all? They're scared, and they're worried about speaking out. And someone said to me yesterday, oh no, I can't go to that meeting. That'll put a target on my back. I hope that's not true. Says a lot though, doesn't it? Those of us who are here are not afraid to speak out about this injustice. And I hope that you are not either. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paula Luna, and I live in District 2. As a Santa Cruz County community member and a staff member at the Public Health Department, I'm here today to share my shock with the dismissal of Jen Herrera. Jen is an effective leader who leads with empathy, integrity, and intelligence, and pays attention when people in her division are speaking. I am asking for answers as a community member. This seems wrong. We need leaders like Jen in this county as we navigate, the daily onslaught of challenges from the federal government. Santa Cruz is known as a leader in equity and empathy. I leave this area and I'm happy to share that I am not just from California, but I am from Santa Cruz. This does not align with that pride. Jen Herrera embodies these qualities. Why was she let go? What does this dismissal say about our county leadership? These are real questions. We need transparency. What is happening here? I do not want to be a microcosm of what's happening nationally. And it sure feels like this is headed. Tara said people who are speaking today are not scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to lose my job, but I also want to be on record stating that this unfairness needs to stop. Thank you all for giving me eye contact as I speak. I appreciate that very much, as good leaders should be listening to their staff members and constituents. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Vela. I live in Boulder Creek, California. And I have a large home in Boulder Creek, and I rent rooms to veterans at a very low rate. And I have been working on this project for a long time, and I just filed for an extension, and they told me that they didn't process the paperwork. I paid the money and everything, and they're telling me that I can not do another extension, but they didn't tell me that the last time we spoke, when I did my last inspection. So it's so difficult to deal with the county planning department in general. It's so difficult. It takes years to get through processes and procedures, and it's fine. I have no issue with any process or procedure if it makes sense. It's just so many things that seem to be out of line and broken, and I don't even know what to say. It's so crazy, all of it. And they keep adding more layers and more layers and more layers to build in this county. And I understand we don't have the finances to run everything. You know, how much do we get for the property tax we pay, right? We get 13.5%. The rest goes to Gavin, right? The rest goes to the state. They're redoing our entire city, right, with 87% of the money we pay. We're tearing down the catalyst. Right, we're going to build all these buildings, and they're all going to charge what, $4,000 a month to live in those places. So anyway, we got to do something. We got to fix this. We got to make it work. It's got to make sense. Thanks.
Know most of you. They call me Grandpa. I'm going to be 90 this time for real, my next birthday. I was there Saturday at the town clock. I saw law enforcement in action. I was so proud of what I experienced, maybe 5 feet from the one they arrested. Let's prevent crime by what could come to be if you, who are the supervisors, begin to explore one block in one neighborhood and know that as you take that on, we're in a county where, Justin and I have your piece where you said, like, let's make history. You got a chance to have a team that can make history, create a value youth fund, and involve that team on how they could take a kid on probation and create where we make a difference one by one. Those of you who don't know Victory Outreach, I invite you to check out Santa Cruz Victory Outreach and see what the power of one pastor could do to involve, if it's God's plan. We're a small county, 1% black, but we're sure made up of people who care. As this does say, it's not painting in front of the city hall. It's coming from my friend. Come down and join us at the Vets Center, owned by the county, and let's see what's possible. So, thank you. I do have a real name, that's Richard Lewis. My brother, he must be my angel. Thank you for relationships and even the cookies.
Good morning. I am here today alongside my colleagues to express my deep concern and opposition to the decision to remove Jen Herrera as Assistant Director of the Health Services Agency. I had the privilege of working under Jen's leadership and saw firsthand her impact, both in our work and the culture she built among staff. She leads with clarity, respect, and genuine care, and that has translated into a stronger team and better service to our community. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Jen provided steady and thoughtful leadership when it mattered most. She supported staff through uncertainty and helped maintain trust during an incredibly difficult time. Her commitment to equity and to building meaningful relationships has strengthened the agency's connection to our community. This decision doesn't just affect one person. It affects staff morale, continuity, and ultimately the quality of services our community depends on. We are united in our concern, and we are asking you to listen to your staff, to your community, and to the impact this decision will have. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Chair Martinez and members of the Elizabeth Byrd, and I'm the Director of Holistic Defense for the Public Defender's Office here in Santa Cruz County. I just wanted to take a moment and thank you so much for recognizing March as Social Worker Appreciation Month. I especially want to highlight the public defenders, social workers that we have, who are helping lead a cutting-edge model of holistic defense. Our social workers in our office are not an add-on to legal representation, they are essential to it. They work alongside attorneys to address the underlying challenges our clients face, from housing instability and food insecurity to behavioral health needs. In doing so, they help create more meaningful, lasting outcomes for individuals and families, while also strengthening community safety. This holistic model is forward-thinking and rooted in the understanding that justice is not achieved through legal advocacy alone. It requires care, coordination, and a commitment to seeing people as whole human beings. Our social workers are at the center of that work every day. Your recognition sends a powerful message that this approach and the people who make it possible matter. Thank you so much for your support in honoring their contributions.
You were done, sorry. Hi, my name's Kirsten. I'm in District 3, private citizen, also here because I work for public health. Echoing everything my colleagues have said, I'm really concerned with the letting go of Jen Herrera. I've personally seen the institutional knowledge and expertise that she carries from a financial background. There are some documents we were looking for a little while ago that had to do with 1991 realignment. Jen was pretty much the only one who had that historical knowledge and knew where those were, what they were, the historical context, all of those things, and to just let her go. I'm also concerned about the culture that shifts when people are just let go for no reason, and how, that lends this culture of people kind of trying to hide away and not be noticed and not speak their minds because of seeing what can happen to people when, I don't know the circumstances. I don't work closely with Jen, but you can only imagine what that does to everyone else who works closely and can feel that sort of freeze come over the Department of Health Services Agency. I've worked in many different places. I just think that changes the culture, it changes the vibrancy, it changes the ability to make hard decisions and be efficient and make operational decisions that make sense when that's the culture that's trickling down to everybody. So I think in the time that we're going into, we need everyone on board and we need everyone working at their best, and that's not happening with this kind of decision. So thank you.
Madam Clerk, please set the timer for 3 minutes to accommodate a request.
Thank you, Chair.
My name is Paul Pelkey. I have probably 65-year vested member in Capitola and Santa Cruz. I'm a Lahaina fire victim coming home after spreading my mother's ashes in Hawaii and seeing some pretty devastating things and getting out here. But just to let you know, I am an unrecognized Gold Star son that's being pushed down by these behavioral health people. I'm glad to hear, you know, Housing Matters, HP's been around way too long, and the corruption and the tidiness of our Justice Department. When my mother's dying, I'm the sole beneficiary. I'm the sole surviving son of a soldier, an officer of the 8th Battalion, Special Forces, on Flight 739, March 16, 1962. And it's time that we recognize that. As I spoke to Sam Farah many years ago about this, he told me it was under national security. Now, as a fire victim coming back into my community, I see a lot of mistakes. But then this could be a good mistake right here, what's happening, because behavioral health needs to be gutted, Housing Matters, all these people, it seems like everybody's kind of, we call double dipping. You know, there needs to be more of a forensic accounting, transparency to everything that's going on here. I see the same thing in Maui, Hawaii, you know, but then I belong to an organization called TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Personnel for Military Families. And when I get assaulted by veterans over here at the memorial, just because I get benefits, I find that totally disrespectful. And I need the help of my community, my senators, my congressmen, my FBI to straighten and well-educated caseworkers, you know, to help me along, because that's part of their job. And under a presidential declaration and having a speech and learning problem, I'll be going through this for probably an 8th time to go through the DOR, because I'm not going to stop, because I want to learn how to use computers. I want to just keep on moving forward, but then I need people who know what they're doing at the VA. Here on Front Street, over here down in Capitola, here I got papers for my Gold Star pin, since it was Congress that brought us here. You know, and this is where Dad did his service. That would only be right.
Seeing no other speakers in the room, Madam Clerk, please call on the first online caller.
Carol, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. My name is Carol Bjorn. According to the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency Consolidated Final EIR for the College Lake Integrated Resource Management Project from December 2019, pages 436 to 439, the area where the proposed BESS is being considered at 90 Minto Road in Watsonville is classified as high sensitivity for shallow cultural resources. Does the current full EIR for this proposed BESS include a full geoarchaeological review that identifies historical and archaeological resources for 90 Minto Road? If not, I'm requesting that now. Further, on page 885 to 893 of that same report, there's a letter dated January 5th, 2018 from Natalie Kirkish of Whitwer Parking LLP to Brian Lockwood, General Manager of the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency. On page 2 of that letter, Natalie states, quote, "There is now a thriving steelhead population using College Lake, its canals, and surrounding waterways, not known to be the case in 1920. and College Lake is one of the most heavily used prime waterfowl habitats in the state, end quote. Further, on page 5 of that same letter, Natalie states that College Lake appears to function as a productive rearing habitat for juvenile steelhead prior to their out mitigation to the ocean. It appears that this board and the county is willing to toss aside the good work done by the College Lake Reclamation District for 4 hours of backup energy to be stored at the proposed BESS at 90 Minto Road. Please ban the BESS to protect our food supply. Do not sacrifice the apple trees, the steelhead fish, our environment, the natural resources for 4 hours of backup energy being stored in a highly explosive, flammable lithium proposed BESS. Thank you.
Michael Lewis, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. I'm Michael Lewis, and with me here is Jean Brocklebank. She will present her 2-minute comments after I'm done. The staff report for this item, number 35 on the consent agenda, states that the petition involved lacks sufficient scientific evidence to support the premise that restricting recreational fishing in these marine protected areas will enhance the condition, diversity, and size of kelp forests. In fact, the petition provides extensive local, regional, and international documentation that these MPAs do indeed enhance biodiversity and health within the kelp forest as well as in open waters adjacent to the MPAs. The staff report speculates that elimination of commercial and subsistence fishing within these 2 MPAs would negatively impact recreational and indigenous subsistence fishing in the area. However, the staff report provides no documented evidence or statistics for recreational and/or subsistence fishing in these areas to provide a basis for this conclusion. In point of fact, the petition documents that short-term impacts to recreational and commercial fishermen will be outweighed by larger fishing benefits in the future, as has been demonstrated right here in California and around the world. I urge the Board of Supervisors to support this petition to increase protection for these remaining healthy coastal marine habitats in the face of increasing human disruption and destruction of what little remains of the natural world that surrounds and enfolds us. Now, Jean Brocklebank will present her 2-minute comment.
Hello, I'm speaking on consent agenda item 35 also. Anyone who doubts that the Earth's oceans are on critical life support is not paying attention. And we control the plug. All life on this planet came from the oceans. Every living thing, plant or animal. The totality of all the naturally functioning beauty of the Pacific Ocean has taken about 3 billion years of evolution we can hardly fathom. In this era of Earth's oceans in which we live, right here, right now, nothing anywhere is truly healthy and therefore in no need of protection. This board is wisely and adamantly drawing a line in the sand and telling the oil companies they may not do their commercial exploitation business here. In doing so, we are protectors, are we not? Each political decision can also easily jeopardize what may appear to some to be healthy, yet is absolutely already endangered. Do we act wisely and conservatively to protect a few marine areas of the Central Coast from commercial exploitation? A wise decision today is a vote to support the petition before you. I urge you, I sincerely urge you to vote to support this petition, not the other way around. Thank you.
Watsonville Yoga, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. My name is Phoenix Artemisia. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board and the public who are watching today regarding the proposed lithium battery system at 90 Midtoe Road in Watsonville. In attempting to push the draft ordinance and this best siting for New Leaf Energy at Midtoe Road through with the combined supplemental EIR, the county participates in a grave conflict of interest in allowing the developer to pay for and submit soil reports from Rush and Duddle Consulting, who have vetted New Leaf's proposed projects in the past. You're letting the fox guard the hen house. In the assertion by Rush and Duddle that 12 acres of land, option 2, proposed for the BESS are actually not prime farmland, they note that the land is too saturated and full of hydric soils to be considered viable farmland. Of course, it is saturated. This is a natural wetland, which makes it the most crazy place in the world to place a concrete structure the size of 10 football fields, hosting a potentially flammable battery container system in an active earthquake zone. There need to be separate comprehensive EIRs for the public to gain trust in the impartiality of this county to the developer. Those EIRs would include important items that have been omitted, such as the economic and ethnic demographic of the people who will be affected, large-scale fire studies, earthquake and liquefaction analysis, and archaeological findings. The presence of listed endangered species at College Lake needs to be considered in your EIRs. Steelhead trout, California red-legged frog. In a 2019 EIR at College Lake, several Ohlone burial sites were noted, as well as prehistoric archaeological findings. We will continue to press for attention to these matters and suggest that the supervisors clearly consider these imperative findings. There are dozens of licensed daycares and 3 schools within 2 miles of College Lake and an elder care facility in the Midtoe neighborhood. Noise from the BESS at 70 to 90 decibels day and night will impact the health of residents and pollinators. Would any of you like to live within 1,000 feet of chronic buzzing, whining industrial noise? Cancer-causing electromagnetic field levels are so high on site at this BESS they have to be remotely manned. Why would it even be considered to place this monstrosity next to a large and densely populated neighborhood with the nearest houses at 500 feet away?
Thank you.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Well, gosh, I have so many things to worry about now after listening to everybody. So besides, worrying about myself and my own particular issues. So when it comes to food and water, that is mighty important. Just look at the other side of the world. You see all that's going down over there, right? And you think that those folks are going to stop fighting, okay? I like it or not. Doesn't matter if there's Democrats or Republicans in the White House or who's there. I hate to break it to everybody, but that war is coming no matter what. That's just the way it is. So why would you put anything anywhere near our communities that jeopardizes our food and water, full knowing when you see on the other side of the world that they're actively attacking that, right? And so you're going to see all that starvation and death over there. So do we want to make those type of stupid decisions over here? So, this is where, mentorship. Ask someone that's older. So that's one angle. Other angle, disabled people. I got a little bit of a bone to pick with some communities, not here, but down south. You always go to bat for disabled people. And I'm quite concerned here with that. We'll see how that all goes. And I heard the healthcare issues you raised. I'm not so sure about this removal. Okay? So anyways, I don't know what else to say. I'm all over the place right now, but we're in quite a bit of trouble. Everybody needs to rethink. Okay? Anyways, you all have a fine day. Thank you very much.
Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
I urge you to take 3 actions. First, halt the tree removal of over 1,000 trees by Highway 1 between State Park and Freedom Boulevard. This will not help relieve traffic, but it will utterly destroy habitat and trees that we need and the creatures need. Second point, ban the proposed battery energy storage sites in this county. You have sufficient evidence of the deadly nature of these projects. Third, support articles of impeachment against dictator Donald Trump, who is responsible for massive murder, actually, and destruction, and robbing our communities of money we need, like food, not bombs, says in the title. We need money for food and genuine social services and housing, etc. And I want to, and it is like a lockdown, things are getting more and more dire. Tonight, a meeting at the Aptos Grange at 6 o'clock, wartime hunger, preparing for food and fuel shortages. That is at 2555 Mar Vista Drive in Aptos, and we need to support one another during.
Call-in user 628, your microphone is now available.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Rich Buckingham. I'd like to read again briefly from the book, The Unfortunate Truth About Vaccines by local author Leon Tannerow. I'm picking this particular section because years ago I was working a construction job. I stepped on a rusty piece of metal. The employer insisted I get a tetanus shot, and soon after that, I had to wear glasses, so I became nearsighted. Anyway, let me read a couple of statements. This is by Dr. Russell Blalik. Dr. Russell Blalik, a neurosurgeon and author who has been critical of a number of vaccines, asserted in 2013, quote, "Tetanus vaccine is probably one of the most ridiculous vaccines ever. The chances of getting tetanus are about the same as walking out of here and getting hit by a meteor. If you get a cut or puncture wound and you put peroxide on it, your chances of getting tetanus are zero, because the tetanus organism is anaerobic. It cannot live in oxygen. Tetanus comes from the bowels of animals. As long as you don't have a sheep or a cow in your house, I don't think you're in any danger." Here's another statement by Robert Mendelsohn, an outspoken and respected pediatrician for more than 30 years. He was highly critical medical practices that he viewed as often more dangerous than the diseases they were designed to treat. He maintained that many of the common childhood ailments parents encounter will resolve themselves without having to initiate unnecessary interventions by pediatricians. In his book, How to Raise a Healthy Child in Spite of Your Doctor, Mendelsohn expressed his objection to vaccines as summarized below. Quote, "There is no convincing scientific evidence that mass inoculations can be credited."
Call-in user 031, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I'm calling as a neighbor of Minto Road, and I've been a resident in Watsonville now for 9 years, and I really enjoy the sound of the birds and the clean air and the smell of the celery growing, and enjoy the community that's down there. And I want to call in opposition of this battery plant that has been moved forward on this 10-acre parcel that is just going to be a monstrosity to this area. I can't believe that it's even gotten this far because it should have been shut down given the environmental sensitivity issues that are there. We have a beautiful lake. We have all of the ag land, not to mention the bird life, and there's some wetlands that are nearby. And it's very concerning to me that the Board of Supervisors would approve putting such a toxic thing so close to neighborhoods with children playing outside and schools, because we all know what happened down at Moss Landing, and we know that the batteries are supposedly better, and all of this stuff that the developers are proposing to put there to make us feel better. But the truth is, it's still early in the game, and I would like to oppose this from going any further until more research is done and we have better technology so that we can make sure that if a fire does break out, which likely one will, that we are prepared for it. And do we even have the resources to put out a fire properly if one were to start? And what would happen to all of the food that's surrounding that area? I can't even imagine how many acres of organic soil are nearby that would just be instantly tainted and ruined for years. You can't get that stuff out of the soil.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for comments and action on the consent agenda. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 25, directing county staff to replace references to Cesar Chavez Day with Farm Worker Day. I just want to appreciate staff for bringing this item forward. It's really disappointing and tragic to hear about the horrific actions that happened to many women that Cesar Chavez interacted with, and changing this day from Cesar Chavez Day to Farm Worker Day, I think, appreciates the work that many folks have done to help farm workers have better working conditions and supporting farm worker rights. Item number 26, directing the board chair to send a letter in support of Assembly Bill 1761 and Senate Bill 1138. Just want to again thank staff for bringing this forward. These bills are hoping to address costs for electricity rates and anything that helps us reduce, whether it's rents or our utility costs, is much appreciated. So definitely hope that this bill is able to help achieve that. Item number 34, approve establishment of an ad hoc subcommittee comprised of Supervisor DeSerpa and Supervisor Cummings to work on winter shelter. Just want to thank Supervisor DeSerpa for willingness to work on this item. We had a lot of calls about winter shelter activation, and just think that there's an opportunity for us to help make some improvements to our activation of winter shelters. And so looking forward to working with staff on helping to make the necessary changes. And do just want to highlight, I know that in the board item, it mentioned working with OR3, it mentioned working with HSD, and I know that Parks is also involved in those efforts, and I think it's referenced in the agenda item that it's working with any relevant county staff. So my hope is that whoever is working on this is available to help us as we try to address these issues. Items number 35 and 36, I don't know if there was maybe a typo on my end, but I think these were supposed to come from D1 and D3, but 35 is sending a letter to the California Fish and Game Commission opposing the establishment of the marine protected areas in Santa Cruz and at Pleasure Point. This action would actually reduce public access through the creation of these marine protected areas by not allowing for recreational fishing. Commercial fishing, I don't think is actually happening in these areas, but the push by the petitioners would be to eliminate recreational fishing. And with our desire to try to maintain public access and to manage our fisheries appropriately, this establishment would go against that. We did have this item come to the board a couple of years ago. We asked the petitioners to please come and work with us to figure out how we could have something that was a balance. They had one meeting with us. They never contacted us again. They did not do outreach with the fishing community or the scientific community, and so therefore we want to maintain our position that we oppose this. And I just actually found out from my staff this morning that through the report that was provided by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They are also recommending the rejection of these petitions. So we will be in alignment with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and our recommendations to oppose the establishment of these marine protected areas here in Santa Cruz County. And then finally, item number 36, this is a letter to support Senate Bill 922. It would help maintain some of our funding for roads. There was a recent court decision regarding fees that we charge for services like green waste, and this bill would help correct legislatively our ability to be able to charge fees for these companies, so that for companies like green waste that use our roads, that they will be paying into helping maintain those roads, and wanted to thank Supervisor Koenig for signing on to that as well. So that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez.
Just a few items I have some comments on. Item number 37, I want to thank Mr. Antonio Rivas for choosing to serve again on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. He's actually right here, so thank you for doing that task. And item number 44, I want to thank CDI and Planning for applying for this pro-housing designation. I think it's important for our communities, and it's important to get that designation. It enables us to do other things as well, other than the designation itself. And item 52, it's not in my district, but I do get calls for it. I'm glad repairs are happening at Eureka Canyon.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. On item 35, reaffirming the county's opposition to Marine Protected Area Petition 2023-33 MPA. I do want to thank Supervisor Cummings for his diligence in monitoring this topic, and definitely happy to sign on in support of it. The loss of our kelp forest is truly tragic, and I'll never forget the first time I went diving in Big Sur and saw an urchin barren with nothing but stumps where the giant kelp had been and barely a fish to be found. I felt sad, I felt angry, and it inspired me to do everything I can to restore and expand our kelp forests. I think doing so is one of the most important projects of our time. But it's important to note the reason I went diving in Big Sur that day was because I was spearfishing. And some of my earliest dives when I was learning to spearfish were right here in the Pleasure Point area. So recreational fishing actually connects people with the marine ecosystem even more. It gives us a reason to be in it, to appreciate it, and therefore to care for it. So no, I don't want to ban fishing along Pleasure Point because it's a training ground for eco-warriors of all ages who learn to see and taste the value of a bountiful kelp forest so that they will stand up and fight to bring back those that have been destroyed. Item 36, supporting SB 922, a measure that would improve funding for local road maintenance. I also want to thank Supervisor Cummings for his diligence in monitoring this. Couldn't agree more that heavy vehicles have a much larger impact on our roads than light ones, and we need the ability to recoup some of those costs, particularly from heavy vehicles like garbage trucks, so that we get every dollar we can to maintain our roads. Item 44, the resolution for the pro-housing designation application. Just want to thank staff for their work on this. I know it's been a long process, but overall we've made a lot of progress on our pivot to becoming a pro-housing community through the sustainability update and the housing element, and I'm hopeful that we'll receive this designation and it will unlock additional funding to build affordable housing in our community. On item 48, accepting the improvements and final construction cost of $21 million for the Soquel Drive Buffer Bike Lane and Congestion Mitigation Project. I do have a couple questions for our CDI director, if you don't mind coming up. First was actually just came up this morning. One of my analysts noticed that a whole section of brand new sidewalk was torn up at Mar Vista Drive. I think this was one of the sections of sidewalk that was just put in through this project. Do you have any idea what's going on there?
I don't. I'm sorry. I can look into it and get back to you.
Okay,
for sure.
all right. Well, please do. Just curious. Sidewalk is expensive. The second is it said that we spent $960,000, which in contingency funds, which is below the budgeted contingency amount of $1.4 million. I think this item suggests the release of that. I mean, is it possible that we could maintain it in a specific reserve to specifically do repairs on or advance a future bollard project?
So the the overall expense of the project actually was up. And that contingency item doesn't really reflect the available funding. And so throughout the project, we had to redesign to avoid unforeseen conditions and issues. And so throughout that process of redesign and rescoping, and we did come back to the board a couple of times to amend the contract, our overall funding is very, very tight. But to your point about the delineators, we are actively pursuing a better option. So we will pursue that without that contingency being available. There's still an active effort to try to make those improvements.
I was just going to say, if there was any contingency left over that we could apply to that, I do actually have a couple of dollars for you here.
Nice, nice.
I think at one count, there was 118 of those lying in the road, and sort of the tragedy is that while these are meant to keep people safer, they have themselves become a hazard within the bike lane as people have to go over them. We did receive quite a number of comments on this. People who think, the fact that these are knocked over means they've been hit by a vehicle, which just reaffirms the need for this project.
Right.
And we heard a lot of comments that were just thankful that we were approaching this issue and that it definitely is a safety issue, but that we need to continue our efforts in designing a more durable and ultimately a safer solution for that stretch. So, if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. And I do hope that we'll see some potential version 2.0 of the protected bike lane project on SoCal soon.
All right, thank you.
And finally, I do, on item 50, North Rodeo Gulch Road, PM 3.82, I do want to thank Public Works for continuing to pursue this project and put the bid out in parallel to the consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on Section 7 so that we can get the repair done this year. Thanks.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. As has been said already, item 25 regarding the change from Cesar Chavez to Farm Workers Day, just acknowledging the shock and disappointment that most of us feel around this issue. I myself, in I think it was 1992, was an intern in Washington, D.C., and I was able to go to a special post it was an award given by President Clinton to Cesar Chavez and his family after his death, obviously, but with all the labor leaders that were there, et cetera. So it's just horrible. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Item 32, thank you to the Commission on Justice and Gender for their work advocating for women and families in this county. I read the report and I thank you for it. Item number 40, thank you to the talented volunteers on the Emergency Medical Services Commission. They have reviewed information from AMR, determined that they're doing a great job and that they performed well, and I'm happy to approve the continued contract with AMR. Next month will be Emergency Services Appreciation Week. I don't know if it's exactly called that, but we'll celebrate our first responders in the next month. Item 52 to Public Works, 52 and 53, thank you for your work on Eureka Canyon Road storm repair and for Valencia Elementary in my district. Looking forward to having those storm repairs completed, and I appreciate your diligence in that. And then for all members who are re-upping their appointments to the Behavioral Health Commission, thank you for your service. I appreciate your thoughtful and caring comments. You're a group of wonderful individuals, and so thank you, Antonio Rivas and Shalak Cambanis. And anybody else who will be re-upping their appointments. Take care.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa. I want to start off just by acknowledging that we did receive a number of public comments today regarding a personnel matter. The board is not able to speak regarding personnel matters during a hearing like this, but I do want just to acknowledge that you're here and that we hear you, and thank you for coming, and as always, my door is always open. I also want to respond to the gentleman who spoke regarding a rebuild in Boulder Creek. I've asked my analyst to join the meeting. He's in the back of the room, so if you'd like to connect with him, he's here to connect with you as well. On item number 23, this is the item to adopt a resolution authorizing a grant application to the California Board of State Community Corrections regarding Prop 64 Public Health and Safety Grant Program in the amount not to exceed $4.5 million for the Regional Inoperable Next Generation, or RING, digital radio system to support illicit cannabis enforcement and take related actions. I just have a couple clarifying questions for that. So I was wondering if somebody could come speak up. Is that you, Mr. Laforte? Good morning. Thank you for being here. Really quickly, if awarded, this grant would bring in $4.5 million for the RING radio system. And I understand that the costs of the RING system are going to be shared with other partners, such as cities and local fire districts. So would the full $4.5 million go to the county, or would it be divided among our other partners?
So the money would come through the county, but it would go through the cost allocation that's previously been shared with the board. So essentially 61.6% of capital costs are county obligations. So about 2.77 million of that 4.5 million would support the county. The rest of it would go to our partner agencies.
And so it would help to bring the cost down for our partner agencies?
Yes, it would.
Fantastic. And are there any other strings attached to this funding that we should know about?
No, this funding is targeted for equipment only, so it's just tangible assets. So it's a very, I like to perceive it as a very clean grant proposal because there's no cost for personnel, administrative costs, or anything else. It's just equipment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your efforts to apply for this funding and help bring down the cost for all partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
On item number 25, related to replacing references of Cesar Chavez Day with Farm Workers Day where necessary, just want to start off by thanking our CEO's office and staff for bringing this forward so quickly, like many other agencies across the state. As somebody who grew up in the Central Valley, this news was incredibly shocking, but I believe what was more shocking is that really courageous women held on to a secret for 60 years. And what's important to me is that we stand with women, that we believe women, that we support them, and that we as leaders work to dismantle the systems and the structures that allow this type of abuse to continue to happen in secret. So thank you for supporting this change. I fully support it, and I appreciate this coming before the board. Item number 26, which is related to letters of support for AB 1761 and AB 1138. I also want to thank the CEO and the Central Coast Community Energy for bringing this to our board's attention. Again, this is legislation that will help to increase transparency over the costs of our energy, as well as hopefully reduce costs. And so that's something that we know is very important to our residents. On item number 27, this is accepting the report on the county's current activities and potential cost timelines and operational considerations to implement the Women's Commission Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Again, I want to thank those commissioners for bringing forward these recommendations and appreciate the staff for taking the time to respond to each of these really thoughtful recommendations. While I fully support the staff's response, I'm paying particularly close attention to ensuring that our gender-affirming care and our reproductive care continues to be funded and supported in light of changes related to HR 1. That was one of the recommendations of the commission, and it looks like we are doing that with our current operations. But if that were to change, if we were to see additional cuts or changes, I would support creating a health equity fund or another source of funding to ensure that we are meeting that gap that would be coming from federal actions. And then finally, on item number 34, this is establishing the ad hoc subcommittee comprised of Supervisor DeSerpa and Cummings to review concerns related to the county's severe weather shelter response. I want to thank you, both Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor DeSerpa, for taking a closer look at our policies and our procedures around severe weather shelters. I support taking a look at how, when, and why we provide shelter services in our community the way that we do, and ensuring that our decision-making about those services is transparent, made clear to the public and our health partners in the community, and helps to set public expectations around when shelters are available. I encourage the members of the committee to continue to seek public input and stakeholder input as they review potential changes for the future, and also encourage the committee to really look at policy recommendations or budget recommendations as opposed to operational procedures, which, as we know, is the purview of the CEO and the department heads. So with that, that concludes my comments on the consent agenda, and I would accept a motion to pass the consent agenda.
Move approval of consent. Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll now be moving on to the regular agenda. We are on item number 7, which is to consider a status report on measured impact of opioids in Santa Cruz County, updates on internal opioid settlement fund grants to county departments, and opioid-related death and overdose data in the Santa Cruz County. And we'll be receiving a presentation from the Health Services Agency and the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. Welcome.
Good morning. Connie Marno-Praza, Director of Health Services Agency. Chairperson Martinez, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present today. This is a joint update from Behavioral Health Services Division and our Sheriff Department regarding the work that has been done to attack or to reduce the opioid crisis. It's a collective work that we've done. We will share an overview of the county receipt of the opioid settlement funds, the outcome these investments are supporting in our community, and the latest updates on community grant awards and internal county funding initiatives. We appreciate the board's continued partnership as we work together to advance prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts countywide. We have an amazing team here presenting to you today, Dr. Martin Sandoval, Ms. Casey Swank, and Jacob Ainsworth from our Sheriff Department. So, Marnie.
Good morning, Chair Martinez, board. Thank you, Connie, for the introductions. We want to get started this morning with the detail that Connie mentioned to you. There we go, perfect. All right, so we want to start with just a real quick refresher that opioid settlement funds are nationally settled abatement account funds that flow to each state as a result of settled lawsuits. Santa Cruz County also receives additional subdivision funds as our local jurisdiction did sue on our own behalf. All right, so DHCS has divided, that's the Department of Healthcare Services, has divided allowable opioid remediation expenditures into 2 categories: high impact abatement activities, or HIAA, and the details are outlined on this slide. And then the second category is Exhibit E of the National Settlement Agreements. And those details are listed here for you. There are also some additional expenditure considerations. There are many complexities to the allowable uses of these funds, and so these additional expenditure considerations also have some significant limitations. Cities and counties that do receive these funds are required to complete annual reporting to the Department of Healthcare Services. Those reports are due annually on September 30th. So there's quite a bit of work that goes into not only administering the funds, but also monitoring and then reporting on them. For us locally, it was really important that we took this responsibility to distribute and administer these funds seriously. So as we prepared for the responsibility of oversight of these funds, Santa Cruz County adopted the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health principles to guide the allocation of opioid settlement funds and to inform our local opioid response planning. Additionally, we developed a charter to guide activities and investments of these funds. Is that working? Let's see. There we go. All right, so moving into the fiscal overview, this slide here, it summarizes the opioid settlement revenue the county has received to date. So to date, the county has received $11.25 million in opioid settlement funds. The significant increases in fiscal year 24-25 do reflect the finalization of some additional settlements that resulted in higher payments during that fiscal year. I know there's a lot of detail here. If you just focus on the gestalt, what I really want to highlight for you is that our yearly expected revenue is in blue in comparison to the cumulative totals of opioid settlement funds year after year in the burgundy, as we approach the final year of distribution of funds in fiscal year 38-39. So over time, we're expecting to receive $29 million in revenue, averaging about $1.8 million per year for the 16 years. But you'll see each year the revenue decreases. And so we do have to be very mindful about what we're planning and investing in so that we have a sustainability plan, because each year we'll have less money to sustain those things. So to date, we do have reported spending of $2.7 million on opioid settlement fund activities. And after accounting for our projected fiscal year 25-26 budget, we have $8.5 million in obligated funds. Again, however, it's important to note that $8.5 million is not excess or available funding. It's already committed to support future budgets as revenues do decline annually. So these funds are reserved to maintain current operations and ensure program sustainability over time. There we go. So of the remaining opioid settlement funds that we have anticipated over the next three fiscal years, we have tentatively allocated funding across personnel, contracts, and prevention expenses. So again, to support and sustain the activities and initiatives, annual budgets are going to exceed revenue in the coming years. So in those years, obligated funds will be used to bridge the gap, allowing us to maintain continuity of the programs and initiatives. And now we're going to shift into how we're measuring that impact, and I'm going to pass this off to Casey Swank.
All right, good morning. I'm going to
Turn your button on.
My mic. Hi, good morning. A little bit about how we are measuring impact in Santa Cruz County. We decided on 4 measures, and we modeled these measures from the Department of Healthcare Services. These are some of the measures that they are also tracking, and so we are aligned with them. So we're focusing on our increased access to treatment, our increased prevention efforts, specifically with vulnerable youth, our increased resources focused on opioid remediation efforts, and reduction in overdose deaths. So some of the ways that we have increased access to treatment, we have been able to increase our access to treatment in a variety of domains. Specifically, I'm going to highlight medication-assisted treatment, residential treatment, and recovery residences. So we have increased our clients served in medication-assisted treatment quite a bit. We were able to expand to 4 different locations in our drug Medi-Cal system of care with medication-assisted treatment, and we were able to support Janus of Santa Cruz to be able to allow for open access so that people can access both methadone and other medications on a daily basis if they are interested. So it gets people into treatment right away. We also were able to expand our residential treatment at all levels of care. Historically, residential treatment has been one of the most impacted services in our community, and so we were able to expand residential components in both withdrawal management and all of our residential levels, which range from 3.1 to 3.5, and it just depends on the clinical need and severity of the presentation. We were also able to expand our recovery residences. These funds allowed us to add 14 recovery residence beds in our community. And recovery residences provide safe, stable housing with a substance use treatment component that's required. And we have shown really good outcomes with these models, and it really just supports individuals as they are moving through the recovery process. And additionally, we were able to expand at Santa Cruz Community Health. They were able to train their providers in a screening for opioid use disorder. And through this program, they were able to screen 878 youth for opioid use disorder and then treat as indicated if needed. And while our focus on treatment expansion is necessary, we also want to balance that with increased prevention efforts, because I think ideally we want to prevent substance use disorder from occurring and or lessening the impacts if it is starting to emerge. And so we have dedicated a lot of dollars to focusing on prevention efforts. We were able to partner the past few years with Barrios Unidos, who provides culturally competent resources, as well as, what is their other one? Their restorative justice models for at-risk youth. We also partner with the PVPSA to provide education and training and outreach to at-risk youth in South County. And we have worked with SUDS Prevention for their Youth Empowerment and Action for Health, which provides a full range of different prevention activities across Santa Cruz County. And we've seen a lot of really great connections happening with all of this work. These are some images that show some of the great work that our SUD Prevention has been doing. There's a picture there of a fentanyl high screen, which is a really great film about opioid use in adolescents, a picture from a work group meeting, as well as a Pride Youth Council kickoff meeting. Some other resources that we have dedicated to opioid remediation, want to highlight a few. We have more listed in the appendix, but we were able to partner with Encompass Community Services for a zero overdose curriculum that trained 118 direct service staff on overdose awareness and strengthened prevention. We partnered with Health Improvement Project, through which trained and supported 100+ primary care providers in the utilization of medication-assisted treatment, so we have more access throughout our community. The Homeless Garden Project has advanced its therapeutic job training model with persons in recovery from opioid use to provide them peer support and resources. And we've also increased our OSF infrastructure to support epidemiology research as well as program planning and development. And then I will pass it to our sheriff's office to talk a little bit more about their interventions.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. In this next section of the presentation, I'm going to give you kind of a brief overview of what the sheriff's office response was to the fentanyl crisis. I'm going to begin with discussing the fentanyl epidemic and the development of the fentanyl crisis response team, followed by some statistics. Some statistics followed by the development of the Overdose Death Review Board and our fentanyl crisis teams, what it looked like and what our goals were. The fentanyl epidemic was one of the most devastating drug crises in modern history, surpassing that of previous substance abuse epidemics. While earlier waves like the crack epidemic in the 80s or the prescription opioid crisis in the 2000s, both were very devastating, but not like the fentanyl epidemic that we saw. The fentanyl introduced an entirely different level of danger. Its extreme potency with lethal doses in micrograms mixed with street-level drugs like methamphetamines into heroin, counterfeit pills, made it very difficult for us to investigate and essentially investigate. The epidemic was not just another drug trend for us. It was really a public health emergency, unlike anything we've seen before, and required that we use some type of coordinated, multidisciplinary approach, use data-driven techniques to save lives and shift the trajectory of this crisis. As you can see in this line graph, the overall deaths trends by year. I know it's difficult to see here, but as you can truly see that we saw an upward trend in late 2022, and it remained high through 2023, before decreasing in 2024, and then moving to more consistent levels in 2025. This gives you a clearer picture of the leveling off of 2024 as a decrease, and then moved into 2025 before reducing in late 2025. I would like to share that this last February was the first time we've had 0 overdose deaths related to fentanyl since 2021. I want to highlight just how severe the situation was here in the county of Santa Cruz. When compared to Santa Clara on a per capita basis, our fentanyl-related death rate was more than 6 times higher than that of Santa Clara. You can see in 2023, we had 133 fatalities with a population of 261,000, a per capita rate of 50.9, compared to Santa Clara, where they've had 161,000 deaths with a population of 1.9 million and a per capita rate of 8.4. These are staggering numbers when you really start to analyze it. You can see in 2025, we had 45 deaths, excuse me, with a population of 263 with a per capita of 15.96. Sorry, I've been sick for a few days. The strategy and the development of the fentanyl crisis response team was broken down into 4 real main categories. We saw the sharp rise in the overdose deaths, so we knew there was a need for this team and an obvious and a significant increase in the fentanyl-related deaths. Almost overnight, we saw that fentanyl was a primary driver for our overdose deaths. We knew there was a need for a coordinated response to it. We steered away from traditional policing models and looked to collaboration. We knew we couldn't arrest our way out of this pandemic, so we really needed, it was critical that we partner with other community stakeholders and other community county partners. Our emphasis was really put on data-driven and a multidisciplinary approach. The team purpose and focus. The primary focus of the team was to strengthen intelligence, sharing, improve collaboration, target major fentanyl trafficking networks, and expand our efforts on prevention, education, and public awareness. The team's motto was prevent the first use. We knew that if we could prevent the first use, that we could prevent the next death. A unified command approach. This was much of a public health crisis as it was a law enforcement issue. Strengthening our partnerships and taking collaborative approaches was critical to this team's success. The development of the Overdose Death Review Board. In response to the growing overdose deaths, the Sheriff's Office established the Overdose Death Review Board, a collaborative board that meets monthly and reviews. They review critical information and they look to identify data, patterns, case-specific information. This board's made up of the Sheriff's Office Administration, the Coroner's Office, Public Health, the District Attorney's Office, and the Office of the United States Attorney. In 2025, we identified the need for a secondary board, more of a medical approach to this. The board was identified and made up of stakeholders from various communities, partners, including Janus, Public Health, CPS, NAFCare, the Harm Reduction Coalition, Central Coast Overdose Prevention, Santa Cruz Health Centers, and others that work in the overdose prevention world. They too reviewed cases and looked to implement strategies that could be implemented. And the last part of this, I think, is the success in our numbers. We've really seen a meaningful decrease in the fentanyl-related deaths. This shift that reflects, I think, a focused collaborative approach to the crisis. The fentanyl crisis response teams, targeted enforcement operations, expanded education efforts, and thorough overdose death investigations. This team's been able to identify trends, disrupt trafficking networks, reach at-risk populations more effectively. Guidance from the Overdose Death Review Board have helped refine strategies and ensure enforcement and prevention efforts are rooted in data and real-world case analysis. Additionally, strong partnerships with HSA, the County Office of Education, in collaboration with local community stakeholders have strengthened our outreach efforts, expanded prevention measurings, created a more unified countywide response that I think has made a great impact on our community and our efforts to combat this crisis.
All right, and so just some upcoming collaborations we have, and some community grants. We were recently completed our round 2 grant cycle with the Community Foundation, and it was a really competitive process. We had 13 people apply and 8 were selected. A couple of them are returning awardees, and then we also have some new projects that we're really excited to see come to fruition. And we also completed our first internal funding opportunity and awarded the Homeless Persons Health Project, as well as the Sheriff's Office, both expanding medication-assisted treatment to some of our most vulnerable populations. And the award total was $275,500. And these are just some additional resources. We do have a opioid settlement funds website that we will be continually updating and improving, as well as some other resources, and you can always email us at that email below. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your time this morning and your continued support of these efforts.
Thank you for your presentation. Just to clarify the process, I'll be returning to the board for questions, then I'll open it up to public comment, and then returning to the board for discussion and motion. So do any of my colleagues have questions on this item? Supervisor Hernandez.
Last time you had that red dot heat, that, I guess the heat map that shows all the locations, do we still have that, or is there a new one? The map that has where all the incidents take place, where people...
I think that's directed more towards the sheriff's office, probably,
Okay.
yes. Yes, we have a corners dashboard that can be found on our website that you can actually put in fentanyl-related deaths into that dashboard, and it'll create heat maps and show where we've had incidences throughout the county.
And the locations are pretty much the same as the presentation 2 years ago?
That's correct. We have made some updates to it. The system that we use is done by zip codes, so it can show zip codes are actually in the Santa Cruz Mountains, but show Los Gatos because of the zip code associated. So we're trying to make some changes so that they're much more specific to the exact area where the incident occurred.
Supervisor Cummings.
I guess I'll just piggyback off that question. So, I guess where are we seeing the majority of fentanyl use or deaths occurring? So are we seeing more in South County versus North County, or like is there any trend there?
The trends have changed a little bit. We're seeing about a 40-40 split between the county of Santa Cruz and the city of Santa Cruz, and then the remainders in the city of Watsonville. I do not believe we've had any recently in the last year in Scotts Valley, and only really, I think it was 1 or 2 in the city of Capitola. So
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you all for the incredible work here. And particularly, I want to thank you guys for the partnership between Health Services and the Sheriff's Office. It's clearly having an impact. And I mean, the reduction in overdose deaths is, I mean, at one point, back when it was 112 fatalities per year, it felt like we're in a problem that was just going to keep getting worse and worse. And the fact that we're now significantly down to almost a third of that is fantastic and really a testament to your work. I'm curious if there's anything in particular that you would attribute that to, the reduction, or if it's sort of, I mean, I know we're doing a lot. What's the most effective? And I will say one thing I did not see mentioned explicitly anywhere in this report was simply the word Narcan. It's not anywhere in the staff report. I did see that we're significantly down, particularly among the homeless population in overdose deaths there. So it makes me think, are we just doing a really good job of distributing Narcan in addition to everything else? What's the most effective thing we're doing?
Sure. Yes, I believe Narcan has had a significant impact on it. It's being handed out everywhere. When we're releasing our incarcerated persons from custody, it's available to them walking out the door. There's no questions asked. You can take as many as you want. I do believe the collaboration with the county, our other county partners through the education, getting into our school systems and educating. The counterfeit pills was a significant concern of ours early on. Recreational drug users that were used to using, what I would call party drugs like cocaine, we're finding that like they were being laced with fentanyl. So there was a lot of, unexpected deaths on top of that. The fentanyl testing that's now available that folks can use in order to test these narcotics to see if there's fentanyl in them is having I believe is having an impact on it. I do believe the national approach to this, fentanyl is getting more and more difficult to find in the Bay Area. We know this from our community, our law enforcement partners. It's becoming more and more difficult to find it, and that means it's getting more difficult to get it into our country, or just the manufacturing of counterfeit pills and stuff like that are becoming more difficult. So I do believe it's having an impact as well.
Okay, thank you. I did have a question about the metrics, because within the staff report, there's a mention of using the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, OSF, guiding framework for the allocation of funds. And then you showed a slide with, I think, 4 different kind of measurement areas. What I couldn't help but notice in the 4 different measurement areas is that really only one is outcomes-based. I mean, the other is about making services available, but not how effective those services are. The one that was outcome-based was reduction of overdose deaths. And so I just wonder if we're tracking any other outcomes like, how many, particularly among folks that we know have an opioid addiction, how many of those folks are being successfully transitioned to long-term maintenance phase within methadone treatment or maximum take-home privileges? How many of those people have taken an opioid within the last 30, 60, 90 days, right? How effectively are we moving people off of a dependence on these drugs? Maybe one of you could speak to how we're measuring those outcomes.
I think the one thing that we were really focused on with the initially receiving these funds was building the access and the treatment capacity. And now that we're making some gains in that area, it is absolutely time to start looking at impact of the outcomes of those treatment services. And so I think we're starting to look at the contracts that we're putting together, making sure that there are outcome-based goals within those agreements and really starting to track that. I don't know, Casey, if you have anything specific you want to add.
Yeah, I don't have anything more specific than that, but it is certainly something that we're looking into, and we can pull some of those measures and start looking at those. But yeah, to our point, we were really focused on this phase and expanding and ensuring access, and then transitioning at the outcomes more in detail.
Okay, yeah, I would really like to see that in next year's report, is some standardized outcome measurement across these various investments, and particularly how we're doing as far as getting people off of a dependence on or addiction to the drug. I also didn't see anything explicitly around like awards to sober living environments. I mean, I think that actually providing the MAT services for people who are getting ready to leave jail is awesome. And I mean, if I can think of one other thing, we frequently hear concerns that we're releasing people to the streets or with nowhere to go. I know there's a lot of research that shows that sober living environments can be extremely effective. I mean, even within our own community, the Association of Faith Communities runs the Safe Parking Program. I believe that there's a sober requirement for that, and they have one of the highest exit rates from that program of any. Somewhere I can't remember if it's like 50 to 70%. Dr. Ratner could correct me if I'm wildly misstating that. But it'd be great to see some trial, especially once we establish common metrics to compare these different investments, some trial investment in sober living environments as a way to augment the other efforts we're making.
Yeah, it's sober living environments was the terminology that had previously been used. They're now called recovery residences, and we are providing some funding to those types of environments. So it really is that same type of setting. So I don't know, Casey, if you have some details about the recovery residences.
Yeah, so the recovery residences, so one of the things we've done is just as a community and kind of maximizing the different funding sources we have. So recovery residences have the same kind of living environment. They provide safe, sober, structured living. Recovery residence requires the substance use treatment, the outpatient component, and we also do have sober living environments that are strictly independent. They're usually self-pay, and they don't have that requirement, and they have more freedom. The recovery residents do have more structure, et cetera. So we've built out a really nice continuum now. So if somebody, say, wanted to go to residential treatment, they could do that and then step down to recovery residence, then a sober living environment. For like our justice-involved population that's really vulnerable, has a higher proportion of unsheltered or unstably housed. We have other community funding sources for those, for SLEs and recovery residences. So we didn't dedicate opioid settlement funds to that population because we have those in place. And so we did invest in the recovery residences, like Marnie said, and that is something that we can certainly explore if we want to also increase funding to those.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Thanks for this great report. It is a multi-pronged approach, as we know. I mean, it takes law enforcement, attorney general, our local healthcare providers. Everybody, I think, has been trying to tackle this for a long time. When I first started working over at Salinas, we did not have a Narcan program. And the state allowed us to give free Narcan. In fact, they were providing it for us. So that's one of the first things we put in after I got there. I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. I really appreciate law enforcement being such a great partner. 494 lives were lost in the last decade here in this county. And it's great that we only see just a few overdoses now. I remain concerned about kratom, right, in the general public, and easy to get, and people can just walk into any store and grab it off the shelf. So hopefully we can tackle that. I think 11 of our overdoses since December have also had kratom in their system as a contributory factor in those deaths. I want to talk for just a minute. I read the whole report, thank you very much, about Sublocade and the jail. So it looks like the $200,000 that was awarded to the jail, was that only to sort of pay for the Sublocade? That's an injection of Suboxone, essentially, or buprenorphine, right? Like a long acting. So is that full $200,000 going just for that particular service, or are there other services included in that?
Our plan is to use the $200,000 for our MAT services. There's various services that we provide within the MAT program. We're really excited by the $200,000. My concern was that maybe our MAT program could be a partial casualty of our budget with budget cutbacks. Just to give an idea, in 2021 we had between 25 and 30 incarcerated persons in our MAP program. Today, we're up over 90. We'll find ways to use the $200,000 to continue that program and continue to add as many of our IPs as possible to the program, regardless of what they receive, what medications they receive. It is all dependent upon the decision by the doctor who's doing the analysis.
Thank you. I appreciate that we are training primary care providers across the county so that they know how to provide support and dosing for their patients who come to them. I think there are a number of patients that maybe we don't even know about because they're actually having these conversations directly with their primary care docs and doing fairly well. So that's a huge change from 5 years ago, right? When there were only just a few. I think that is my last question, but thank you all very, very much for your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa. I want to start off by thanking you for the presentation. I do have a couple questions to better understand specifically how the funding is intended to be used. The report mentions that of the 11.2 million received to date, 8.5 million is already committed to support the current year expenditures and future budgets to maintain current operations and ensure program sustainability. Can you just kind of break down what that's being used for? How is it? Is it backfilling gaps? How is it being used?
Yeah, no, great question. Thank you. So for an example, if we think about, we'll talk specifically about like this current year budget being a $3 million budget, and we're spending $406,000 on salary and benefits, a little over $2 million for all of our contracted providers and the grant opportunities we discussed. $1 million is set aside for increased treatment infrastructure, which was prior referred to as our capital projects. And then almost $700,000 is going to our public health prevention, so that includes providers as well as staff. So when you add all that up, it's $4.1 million. So we're having to utilize $1.4 million just this year of that trust to ensure that we're meeting budgeted programming and staffing. And we're going to see that continue year after year as the funds that come in from the settlement continue to decrease, but we've built up programming that we want to sustain.
That was really helpful. Would it be possible in the future to kind of see a pie chart or some sort of graph that helps us see how it's broken down?
Absolutely. We can slice and dice the data however is most helpful.
Awesome. And to double click on one of them, I do recall that there was capital funding. It sounds like you now call it infrastructure. Can you just speak to how that's being used today, or has it been used?
I don't think we have actually utilized that this year, have we?
Yeah, we have not used the capital or infrastructure funding yet at this point.
There's many projects underway, so working with partners to determine the best use.
Excellent. So it'd be helpful also in the future to hear if there's a plan to release it through RFP process or something like that, whatever plans you have. Well, that concludes my questions. I now will be opening it up to the public. If anybody in the audience would like to speak on this item, please approach the mic. We'll be setting the public comment period for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Come on up.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
There had to be reason for me to get here. Question, is that report where we can download it? I have a big interest in prevention, just on a personal level. Thanks to other people, there's an RV sitting in front of where I call it an office. Sentinel, he woke up in the hospital clean and sober for like a whole year. Maybe someday you'll have an opportunity to meet him. Marius Unitas, they got an AA, NA, and I did see that, I believe you gave them some money. How is the money used? So my question, will I be able to download the report? And do have the invitation, maybe afterwards we could talk for real. And anybody is invited to come on a Wednesday and see the power, not in Watsonville, but countywide, if it comes under the CEO, we'll know what we can do for vets. One block, one neighborhood, the vets don't live in the sky. Health doesn't start in the hospital, so take on the possibility of one block, one neighborhood. And maybe somebody I talked to from the sheriff, they could make something happen that prevents people continuing on that drug path. It ain't gonna come from the report, but that badge means something. And I wanna say it's chump change for $10. So you can't do it in 2 minutes, but you know, you can if you sit down and have a cup of coffee and create relationships. And I'm so proud of what happened Thursday. I got your reports. Please, thank you as I share.
Thank you.
I can't do more than my plan to live.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes, hello. And it's about the Arana Creek area that belong to, I believe, District 3. And it is like the career criminals over there who possess the fentanyl. And I reported that to the Sheriff Department, to the Santa Cruz Police Department. It's already second year, nothing is done. And everybody already know that it was dead body found that was decomposed there for 4 months. And it's kind of nothing for the law enforcement and for city Santa Cruz probably who's supposed to put fence around that area. It is restricted area. It's Arana Creek. It is water over there. And until, I don't know, maybe nothing will be done until it will be second dead body. And I'm asking you, please, do something about it. And I reported that guy who possessed fentanyl there, and I was supposed to bring Santa Cruz Police Department to their tent because it's very deep in the area. Nobody wanted to go there, especially Sheriff Department. No, they not gonna go there. It's too dangerous for them. I just wonder, do you know how people with the guns on their hips afraid to go inside the woods, and the woman has to go there and show the Santa Cruz Police Department where that guy located. And he, by the way, was assaulted me, and police was agreed that he's supposed to be arrested, but he was not arrested. So this is how things going on in our county. Criminals have very good time not being arrested. And again, I saw there new people came into that area, so need help with that area. Fence, please.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning. I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department for their hard work in this, in handing out Narcan. They handed out Narcan on Halloween, and I made sure my child went over and got some because I know she does all that, even though I don't want her to. And the sheriff's office continuously makes sure my husband and his coworkers have Narcan because they can have accidental exposures just in their daily, in their work. And they have had a coworker was hospitalized because of an accidental, just doing his job and poof. So that's all. I just wanted to thank the Sheriff's Department for the hard work in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers in the room, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Tim, your microphone is now available.
Hi, thank you again. Unfortunately, I didn't get to hear the whole discussion. But But I'll just say some fundamental rules for, how can I say it, for advertising and so on in regards to dealing with opioids. Some things that could help. Simple things, 3 days. That's it. So you go in for surgery, 3 days. So if that kind of propaganda can get out there, you know, maybe a lot of folks that have accidents and unfortunate events in their families and whatnot, and you end up, you know, under the knife and having a surgery, maybe perhaps there could be better outcomes and fewer people that are hooked on opioids after an unfortunate event. You know, for myself, I have some advantages in that when they mix this stuff with other drugs, the drug cocktails for me can be deadly. So I'm one of those individuals that I suffer a lot when I go under the knife. And my surgery experiences were kind of a little unfun. So that's something to consider. Crime-wise, it's interesting hearing the lady that just spoke, you know, it's laughable. No surprise to me that women in our country, there's more bravery amongst them than there are today's men. It's hilarious. So I hear that comment. So when it comes to crime for your children, specifically, this is something that needs to be knocked down right away in total. It's gone on long enough. Our communities are gravely endangered by these things like fentanyl and so on, and that you have to rely on drugs like this, other drugs to counteract that and save your general public and your law enforcement that are dealing with these people. So anyway, so those are my comments. Thank you very much, and you all have a fine day.
Thank you.
Call-in user 5, your microphone is now available.
I think it's also important while you're doing this effort to help people is to look at the conditions that cause addiction, and that has to do with poverty and unemployment and lack of housing and people trying to damp down their miseries caused by a kind of environment and society that exploits people and causes poverty. I'd also like to see efforts to stop the addiction to cell phones and wireless technology that causes documented harm. We don't talk about that much, but it's a serious addiction. I see the students at the bus stops, and they're not talking to each other. They're on their phones like they're pulled into it. They can't get away. And there's a phenomenon called entrainment, a physics phenomenon of resonance. I'm reading something of the 17th century was first observed, where defined as a tendency for two oscillating bodies to lock into phase so they vibrate in harmony. But people are vibrating to the cell phone microwave frequencies instead of to our interfering with our natural electrical signaling in our bodies. It's a serious, serious addiction I'd like to see addressed as seriously as you're addressing the opioid problem.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for discussion or action on this item.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion to pass the recommended actions. There's no recommended actions. To accept the report. And we have a second from Supervisor Cummings.
And if I can Real quick, I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work on this and for really making a meaningful impact in terms of reducing fentanyl deaths here in Santa Cruz County. It's these collaborative approaches and relationships that really allow us to be successful in these efforts. And so I just want to thank you all for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I would also like to thank you for this report. I'm really grateful for this funding source. It's an opportunity to kind of right some of the wrongs that happened that contributed to many deaths and destruction. And I'm really glad to see that we're focusing on prevention, harm reduction, and recovery as it relates to opioid use disorders. I appreciate your focus on outcomes in the report and in future funding opportunities. I also appreciate your partnership with the Sheriff's Office. I really like the collaboration that you're doing within the county departments. And I encourage you when you come back, I won't add additional direction, but just to come back with greater specificity and detail in how you're spending funds, just so we know more specifically the good work that you're doing. With that, do we have a motion and a second? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Now, we will be moving to our scheduled item, which is scheduled for 10:45, and I will be turning it over to Supervisor Koenig. Is that correct? Are you the chair? You might be Okay. Is that you, Supervisor DeSerpa? Yeah, I'll be turning it over to Supervisor DeSerpa, Chair of Zone 7.
Thank you. I need the Zone 7 agenda up. Thank you so much. So we'll call to order the Zone 7 Board of Directors to convene and carry out a special meeting. Can we call the roll?
Yes, Chair. Director Cummings?
Here.
Hernandez?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Koenig?
Here.
And DeSerpa?
Here.
Director Clark? Absent. Director Culbertson? Absent. And for our non-voting members, Harris, Rivas, and Bilicic.
Do we have any additions or deletions to the consent or regular agenda?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Any person, this is item 3, any person who would like to address the Zone 7 during the public comment period should step forward now. Seeing none, we'll move on. Item 6 in the regular agenda, consider nominations for election of a chairperson and vice chairperson for the Zone 7 Board of Directors.
All right, the item is as stated pursuant to section 1.11 of the rules and regulations. Chairperson and vice chairperson shall be elected by majority vote. Thank you.
Do we have any nominations?
I'll nominate our second district supervisor, Supervisor DeSerpa, as chair, and Supervisor Hernandez, fourth district supervisor, as vice chair.
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we need a roll call or yes?
Director Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
And DeSerpa?
Aye. Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. Item 7, approving our consent agenda for the 2026 Zone 7 Board of Directors meeting schedule. Do we have a meeting schedule? I don't see a meeting schedule.
The schedule should be included in the agenda. And page 4 of the packet is what I had downloaded from the public website this morning.
I'll move the consent if there's public comment.
Point of order. We got to go out to public comment on the consent agenda. Did we?
Do you have that? Then at least I could read it into the record since it's not here.
Thank you.
Okay, the Zone 7 meeting schedule below includes.
Director,
sorry.
because the item is on consent, you do not need to read the item into the record. You can just proceed with the consent agenda on the whole.
But just for the public's sake, I can't talk about it? Or?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The 2026 Zone 7 meeting schedule below includes 3 proposed meetings to be held at the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors chambers and 1 meeting to be held at the Santa Cruz County Community Room located at 701 Ocean Street, room 020. March 24th, that's today. The next meeting then would be the budget hearing on May 5th at the Board of Supervisors chambers, August 25th at 10:45 at the Board of Supervisors chambers, and December 15th, 2026 at the Board of Supervisors chambers. Thank you. I'll move consent agenda. Oh, sorry. Is there any discussion?
No, I have a question. I have a question in regards to the schedule.
Yes.
That's the only time, that's really any other dates that they can be changed on the schedules or not? Or this is just a set schedule set up by who? By whom?
Natalie?
The schedule is set by Zone 7 staff. Additional meetings can be added as needed if there is a need for an additional meeting.
I mean, so really, there's no discussions from the board in regards to any changes in the schedule. This is done just by your staff, and that's the way it is?
I mean, Chair, of course, this is our schedule. We can set it. It says right
I
here
just
in the item, the board may choose to alter this schedule as deemed necessary. So if you have an alternate proposal, by all means, suggest it.
No, I'm asking, the process, because this is my first meeting, so I just wanted to understand and comprehend, because I never received any type of notice in regards to the schedule. So I just want to understand the process that you set up the schedule as needed. So if you want to change it, what is the process to change the schedule? If you can, or you can.
You could, any board member could suggest an alternative date or time, and as we vote on this now, we could approve that and change the schedule.
I just wanted to know the process. Thank you.
Yeah, staff suggests a schedule based on budget deadlines and needs for other board letters we may write, such as, if we're going to bid a project, things like that.
Okay.
The board may suggest other dates.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Belisich?
I just want to know if there's ever consideration given to having these meetings in Watsonville. When the Board of Supervisors meet in Watsonville, it's much more convenient. The area is there. So I would hope that you could consider Watsonville. You know the traffic getting here.
Yes.
I would second that one.
Thank you. We'll look into that.
I second that. That's very important for our city of Watsonville to have it there.
When you meet in Watsonville,
I would also support that. I certainly sympathize with the need to travel all the way up here. I would also point out that the historic Brown Act rules do allow teleconferencing if you simply list an address in the agenda. So even if for some reason our schedule wasn't such that the General Board of Supervisors meeting was meeting in Watsonville, Zone 7 board members could call in from, say, the Greg Cabot Community Room if that address was listed ahead of time, or or any address.
I was told we needed to be here in person.
I mean, as long as we follow the Brown Act, I don't see why teleconferencing rules wouldn't apply.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Mr. Machado?
Thank you. Matt Machado, your district engineer. I just want to note that the board can change the schedule and modify it. I will comment, though, that we try to align our meeting locations with the Board of Supervisors. And so that's, as today, you know, we recess and we do a Zone 7 meeting. If we host a meeting in Watsonville, which I think is a great idea, we'll have to, it may be just a standalone meeting, or I'm not sure. We'll have to talk about how we orchestrate that. And the schedule that we've shared here today is our historical schedule. Doesn't mean we can't change it. So we're open to any ideas the board wants to pursue. But this is a historical schedule. And the other thing is just that we try to find alignment with the Board of Supervisors meeting for maybe out of convenience, but we're open to any change that you want to pursue today. Thank you.
I think the suggestion was that we hold the Board of Supervisors meeting in Watsonville on the days. And I'm noticing Cinco de Mayo is actually our next scheduled meeting. So that might be an appropriate one to, so we can all have a good time in Watsonville after the meeting.
I realize the Board of Supervisors is extremely busy, and this is a little tiny piece of your meeting. So if you can do that, great. And if not, this is how it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Belisich. Your opinions and that of Antonio Rivas are very important to this board.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Any other public comments on consent agenda? Seeing none.
Can I just ask a point of order? Because it seems like, generally speaking, items on consent, they're either approved, if they're going to be modified, we pull them off consent. So it sounds like, because there's 2 items on consent right now. And so it seems like what will be appropriate is we pull this off consent, take action on the second item, and then we provide additional direction. Or, I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of how we're supposed to move forward with this, since there's 2 items on consent right now.
If there's an interest in one of the directors changing staff's recommended action, then I would recommend pulling the item from consent.
All right, I'm going to pull the item from consent so that we can take action on the previous item, and then would support making some changes to the locations where we're meeting based on the conversation.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. So we're pulling item 7?
That's correct.
Okay. There is a first and a second. Were there,
So
I'm sorry, did you want further discussion on that? Or?
No, I was,
What's
because
that?
there's items 7 and 8 on consent, so I pulled 7 off. So we would, if we're going to approve consent item number 8, we would vote on that now, right? And then we would return with additional action.
7 is vote 1.
Yeah, so you're wanting to just approve the one and then talk further about the meeting schedule. I will know if we can change locations, or if you want to set the dates today, and we can talk further after the meeting about changing locations and or providing another alternate location in Watsonville. As long as we have a quorum of the board in one location, we can also advertise the other location. But if we want the full board together, for Zone 7, we can look at moving it, but we don't have to do that right now. We can do that later.
So the question will be is that, you know, your motion will be that to accept it. I would like to put an addendum, it will be, tentatively will be until we discuss really a more solid dates and collocations. I think that will be more appropriate than just accept it like it is right now. That's my advice, my recommendation.
So I'll move consent with this item 8. We removed item 7.
Second.
Director Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Martinez? Koenig?
Aye.
And DeSerpa?
Aye. Thank you.
Dr. Belisich, can you repeat that again?
We're going to keep this schedule, and we're going to look at it when you decide if there's a different location. That's what I understood. And we're going to have the May 5th meeting, but location is yet to be determined. Is that correct?
Second. Oh, we're going to wait.
I think you should approve the meeting schedule. Why don't you give direction to staff to look at having the May 5th meeting in Watsonville?
Okay,
All right, I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second. Juliet?
And for the purpose of the record, the motion was, can we please repeat who made the motion and who seconded?
I moved it that we move forward with the current schedule, but consider changing the May 5th date to have our board meeting in Watsonville.
Wonderful. And a second?
President Serpa.
Thank you. Director DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
And Cummings?
Aye.
Thank you. So I think we've taken care of all the action and consent agenda that we need to today. We'll now adjourn the meeting. And I appreciate our Watsonville board members for coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That concludes our scheduled item. We will now return to the regular agenda of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. And we are on item number 8, to consider an update on the Mental Health Client Action Network and Housing Matters Day Services Program closures. Ratify 2 amendments to agreements with Housing Matters, reducing compensation by $70,000 for the termination of mail and day services, and take related actions. And we'll be receiving a report from the Human Services Department. Actually, it looks like we're receiving a report from Dr. Sandoval from HSA and Dr. Ratner from HSD. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on Housing Matters Day Services and MHCAN. I'll go through some of the material and then Dr. Sandoval will follow up. This is just a recap of a slide that we presented a few months ago to the board, capturing the unfortunate situation where we've had 2 community programs that have closed some of their services for different reasons. So Housing Matters announced back in October that they were planning to close their day services programming, which include mailroom services, access to restrooms, showers, water, and charging services for people experiencing homelessness. Just want to make clear that the county has provided very limited resources to support that program in the past. We, through our Employment and Benefits Services Division, contributed the mail services program, roughly $100,000 a year. And in our contract for shelter services, we included a small amount of money to support the day services that Housing Matters offered. Most of their programming was covered through private contributions and private fundraising efforts that Housing Matters was conducting. And then the Mental Health Client Action Network had an unplanned closure in August of 2025, and Dr. Sandoval will provide more of an update there. The board had approved setting aside some one-time funding during the last budget cycle to try to support and continue services at MHCAN. MHCAN historically was a peer-run wellness center for people struggling with serious mental health issues, and they also served people who were experiencing homelessness, struggling with those mental health issues. And it's unfortunate both of those programs have had these closures coming up. So we're going to talk more about what we've been working on to try to address those. One of the issues, sorry, not one of the issues, but one of the follow-up items from our last presentation is we've been meeting with staff from the city of Santa Cruz that formed a working group to explore options for addressing some of the gaps in services. As part of that collaboration, we issued a survey to members in the community to get feedback on what are the most important services on the list of services that were being offered to kind of look at restarting. I wanted to share some of the results from the survey. We've received over 80 responses in the 2.5-week period. You can see on the slide that community members thought maintaining restroom access was the #1 priority. The color coding on the slide also shows where people identified that as the first choice, because each survey respondent could rank their preferences in terms of what services were most needed. Second was the showers. And the third was connection to benefits and services. One of the items that came out of the survey that I think is important to highlight is that many of the respondents said offering these kinds of resources in the context of connecting people to longer-term supports around healthcare, housing, and income benefits was really important. I think you can see the connection to services was ranked number 3, but it had some of the most frequent first choice options. So the individuals that responded said we really should think about these services in the context of connecting people to long-term resources. Another theme that came out of the survey results is that many members of the community thought they should be distributed throughout the county and not just in one location, and that we should look at a combination of some fixed site locations where other services were present, as well as considering mobile services for folks experiencing homelessness. I did want to share that in the period between 2018 and 2020, the state provided homeless emergency aid program funds to our county, and a lot of those funds were used to launch programs to help people with basic needs who are experiencing homelessness. So as an example, there was investment in shower and laundry facilities at the MHCAN program with one-time funds from HEAP. The Mountain Community Resource Center received funds to establish lockers, laundry, and shower services for people experiencing homelessness in that part of the unincorporated county. Congregational Church of Soquel got money to purchase a shower trailer. AFC got money to purchase a shower trailer. And the Encompass Community Services received money to set up a youth drop-in center called the Thrive Hive as part of those funds. I just wanted to appreciate that even in these trying times, some of those organizations are really continuing those services, relying heavily on volunteers and private funds, particularly the faith-based community, AFC, and First Congregational Church. They've continued those shower services with donations and volunteer services. And Thrive Hive continues to operate for serving youth and offering some of those services. I think there's a narrative that we don't have any of those services happening, but I think we need to acknowledge those organizations that are continuing to offer those resources throughout the county as we explore these options. The other aspect of the survey is that we asked community members for ideas and relative costs for trying to support these services in other locations throughout the county. We received 10 responses, 5 were complete responses with budgets and a sense of what they were going to offer. And I just wanted to share some price ranges that we received as part of those general proposals, not a formal solicitation for bid. But for startup funds, we received requests for between $60,000 and $250,000 for people to purchase equipment to start up these services. And for ongoing operating costs, we received estimates between $20,000 and $60,000 a month. So anywhere between around $250,000 and $700,000 a year to operate these kinds of services. So just for context about how much it would cost to continue these kinds of programs. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sandoval to talk a little bit about MHCAN.
Thank you. All right. Good morning again. So since our last update, I just wanted to tell you where things are at this point with MHCAN as an organization. And the county behavioral health and county offices have stayed in contact with MHCAN. The remaining, initial board members that had resigned did still have to stay involved as they were signatories on the bank accounts, et cetera. And they did bring in a consultant to help sort through some of their financial challenges and documentation, and had a bookkeeper that they brought on board to help them with that as well. We have since received invoices for July and August for payroll and have received all the appropriate documentation for those. So we are processing those payments currently to provide to MHCAN. We've also received some utility invoices from May through July. There's some additional documentation required. So my staff are working with the organization to get what's needed. Our goal is, of course, to get them paid for what they should be paid for. As you can see on here, I did indicate that there was a recent meeting with District 3 and county staff, as well as some involved community members that had historical information about MHCAN on the 13th of March. Since that time, the organization has appointed a board. They have been engaged in conversations with some community providers around possible partnerships or sponsorships, and I think there's been some progress made in particular with Front Street. And so here today, available should you have specific questions around the organization and their future intentions in that regard, are some members of the board, as well as the president of Front Street, and I believe online is JP Butler, the CEO of Front Street. So just so for your awareness, those individuals are here. The other thing that they are doing, yes, is really looking into exploring a clubhouse model for an operational approach to the organization. The original intention of MHCAN was really a peer-run organization to support individuals who were struggling with severe mental illness and substance use conditions in a peer-supportive environment to facilitate health, wellness, resilience, and really help people be more functional in the world together. And it strayed from that model in recent years, and as conversations have been revived with the support of some of the individuals that are here today, the focus on really looking at a clubhouse model as a program model makes a lot of sense. It's a very evidence-based practice. The first clubhouse model started in 1948 in New York City. And since that time, Clubhouse International was developed in 2011, and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Association has acknowledged the clubhouse model as an evidence-based practice. There are clubhouse model programs all over the world. And it really does align with the original intention of the organization when they first started. Clubhouse models, the other wonderful opportunity here is that it requires community organizations and community members to collaboratively commit to creating a solution for these individuals that are struggling with mental illness and substance use and needing that peer support. It is not something that a county agency can just come in and create. It really does require partnership, collaboration, community impact together to create solution. And then county and behavioral health really can be a strategic partner and provide support, guidance, and some partial funding. There are state and federal funding opportunities for clubhouse model programs. And so this is exciting to see that there is some movement with the organization, and behavioral health will continue to partner with these individuals in our community and Front Street who have decided to not let MHCAN go by the wayside, that really there is a future, whether it remains functioning under that name or another name, that the intention of that organization has a place in this community.
Thanks, Dr. Sandoval. Just wanted to provide a little context, some of which is quite familiar with members of the board and the public. The budget situation for the county overall is quite challenging. A lot of different competing community needs and requests for general fund dollars. I think the loss of these programs brings that up as well. Like, how does this fit into overall priorities for the county as a whole? We do want to highlight as Health and Human Services employees the value of the county general fund contribution for leveraging dollars and meeting our federal and state mandates. And from a staff perspective, it's really critical to look at those mandates that we have collectively and to explore opportunities for leveraging. Just building on what Dr. Sandoval said, there's some potential opportunities if we pursue the clubhouse model, because the California Department of Healthcare Services is promoting it, and there's some grant opportunities and additional funding opportunities to leverage local investments if we go in that direction. I do want to highlight, and some of you have heard me speak to this before, we have some major multi-year housing homelessness grants that are coming to an end June 30th, 2027. That's $22.1 million worth of funding that has been used over multiple years that will come to an end. And then the California legislature and governor did not continue the homeless housing assistance program funding this fiscal year, and currently are still planning a 50% reduction. So we have major cuts coming, and our office is really trying to do what we can to prepare for those cuts and stretching out dollars as best we can, but it doesn't look like a promising budget picture. And then we've also had delays, as you all have heard, in federal funding for addressing housing and homelessness. I just got word this morning that we got a grant renewed, that we were concerned that wasn't going to happen. So I'm also expecting we're going to have some cuts around the same time after June of 2027 to some of our HUD funds. And then behavioral health, as many of you are aware, is undergoing major new expectations from the state. They have the Behavioral Health Services Act implementation. And I think there's some messaging at the state level that the county is actually going to receive, it appears, more money for housing under the behavioral health stream, but when you actually look at the numbers, we're getting less money. More money is going to the state, and the amount that we can invest in housing locally is actually going down. So we just want to be clear about that with you all. And in addition to those funding shifts, the workload on behavioral health staff to meet all these new mandates is really significant. And there's also opportunities to pursue things like the clubhouse model. And then last, I wanted to share, because of anticipated reductions in the number of people receiving Medi-Cal, there's going to be some stressors on the healthcare system as those changes to Medi-Cal eligibility go into effect in January 2027. And our partners around a lot of this housing and homelessness work, Kaiser Permanente, Central California Alliance for Health, our healthcare partners are really feeling concerned about those impacts and are scaling back their investments in housing and homelessness. So big picture, a lot of funding challenges related to coordinating health and housing services. And so what are we recommending that we do in that context and with the information we've gathered since the last meeting? First, the city of Santa Cruz and their council approved some one-time funding, taking some money they had set aside for various projects and investments in collective efforts to address homelessness, roughly around $400,000. To address the immediate kind of restroom, shower needs of people experiencing homelessness. So we're going to continue to partner with them to explore ways we can use some of our funding in partnership with them or working with other nonprofits. The item today asks for you to ratify some amendments to the Housing Matters contracts where we formally are removing the parts of the contracts that reference paying for day services since they indicated they don't want to continue those. Our Employment and Benefits Services Division has started public benefit mail services for people experiencing homelessness at both the West Ridge location and at our Emmeline location. And we're trying to get the word out, and we have some flyers that have been circulated to inform people about that. And we already heard from Dr. Sandoval, this clubhouse model, and I personally want to be supportive, and our office wants to help with bringing those community members together to help make that possible, and anything we can do in our office to help secure any state funding, which is related to the last item, trying to explore ways we can go after grants collaboratively and work with our local philanthropy and private sector folks who really want to see these needs get met. So those are our recommended actions for today. And open it up for any questions, or do you have any other comments, Dr.?
Thank you for the presentation. I'll now return to the board to see if there's any questions on this item. I'll begin on my right, Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Just wanted to start by asking about the survey that was sent out, and just if you could explain a little bit more of who that survey went to and how long the survey was available.
Yeah, the survey went out to both the City of Santa Cruz list of individuals who are interested in updates around housing and homelessness, and then our Housing for Health partnership, we maintain a list of people who are interested in housing and homelessness and getting involved in various ways. So I think we sent it out to at least 700 different individuals, and then encourage people to distribute it to others as well. And we provided a 2.5-week period for people to respond.
And I've much more to say, but I know this is just question period, so when we come back from public comment, I've a lot that I'd like to provide in terms of context.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Was the survey or anything like that sent to South County, to the city of Watsonville?
Yes, we sent it to South County, and we did a version in Spanish as well.
Supervisor Koenig?
Sure. What's the timeline for the potential of implementing a clubhouse model, and how we weigh whether we should do that versus all the other holes that we need to fill?
Yeah. a clubhouse model would take a reasonable time investment. You know, I would say we would need at least a year to stand it up. And yeah, so I know the folks here, some of the folks here have actually been in contact, I believe, with Clubhouse International and some initial technical assistance calls. So we would need some substantial time to get that going.
Okay, and it sounds like, you know, MHCAN is sort of down, but not completely out, and there's still this opportunity for some partnership with Front Street. So, I mean, it's the idea that they could potentially come back and fill that need for a clubhouse model?
That is our hope. I think as evidenced by the presence here of many individuals today as well.
Okay. I mean, I did notice that as far as survey responses and people's various priorities, as far as what's needed, right? Bathrooms, showers, water, sort of top the list. We're offering to fill the gap on number 5, the mail, which is, you know, granted important, but we're sort of saying, you know, letting the city take the lead on the other portion. Do we know that they've kind of have the capacity to completely fill those gaps? If there's any more information you can share about their plans for standing up those services? I think it's set on April 1st, so just, you know, about a week from now.
Yes, I can. I think mail was a little bit higher on the list, but it was not as prioritized as restroom and shower access, for sure. My understanding is the city is planning to distribute hand washing stations and porta potties geographically throughout the city as a starting place, and they're looking at partnering with some of the existing shower resources that I mentioned in my presentation to offer showers for folks. We're also looking at buildings and community partners that actually have shower facilities and what it would take to open up those facilities throughout the county with some additional resources. So at a minimum, the city is planning, based on my conversations with them, to address the restroom issue with porta potties and hand washing stations in the short-term basis. And then we're gonna have to continue conversations about what we can do on a more sustainable way, given the funding situation.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. So I was just on the Clubhouse website, and it says there, you know, we have 58 counties in California, 18 clubhouses. So it seems like the time is right now ripe for us to apply for some funding. Do we have any idea what is available in terms of startup funding?
There's quite a variety, actually. Now, of course, it would take time to apply for any of these potential funding opportunities, but there's funding through the state, through the BH Connect initiative, through Medi-Cal and the Department of Healthcare Services. Clubhouse models are specifically named within that reform initiative. Under our BHSA transformation, behavioral health sees this as a very critical component for the community, and so there is a very small line item in our proposed BHSA budget intending to support a clubhouse model program. And then there is also opportunities for grants through the California Department of Public Health for the prevention types of services that have been now reallocated for administration through the state through Prop 1. And then there is also the Commission for Behavioral Health at the state level also receives an allocation off the top of BHSA funding for the Innovation Partnership Grants that funding opportunity, the RFP just opened on the 20th. So there's quite a bit of opportunity here for braiding together various funding streams to lift up a program.
That's great. And well, I guess it would be determined by the new board for MHCAN, but if they were agreeable, would that be a good location for a clubhouse model, or are we looking at a different location?
It would seem that might be an appropriate question for members of the board to respond to if you're interested in hearing from them.
That would be great.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yana Jacobs. Retired from the county, from adult services. I was the chief for over 30 years. And I'm back from retirement because I care deeply about MHCAN. And I heard that It had really drifted away from the MHCAN I knew and was the contract monitor for many years. And it had become much more of a homeless kind of place for people to hang out. And we needed it in behavioral health then, and we need it now. And with all you heard from Marnie about the clubhouse model, it seems like a perfect fit. I'm newly elected as one of the board members, and Adrian is here also. The board is composed of 2/3 people with lived experience with psychiatric diagnoses, and the other third is people from the community like myself. And let's see, we've been hustling really quickly because we heard this was going in a very different direction. And I want to thank Justin Cummings and Marnie and folks for really listening to us. We've done some presentations, not realizing that the institutional memory was kind of gone, you know, that the MHCAN I knew was more like 10 years ago, and it really drifted into a different program that's had a wonderful purpose in terms of helping the unhoused, but MHCAN always had people there that were unhoused. To address, I think, your question about the clubhouse model and was it a good fit?
And the facility that you guys currently own.
Right. MHCAN, as you know, is on Cayuga Street. The neighbors have really gotten used to us being there. I think they'd probably appreciate it if it went back to what it was intended to be, because I know there's been a lot of complaints over the years from the neighbors when they were doing a lot of food, and they had lines of people around the corner who were trying to, you know, wait for their hot breakfast that was being served. It had really changed. So we think the facility is a perfect place to do the clubhouse model. And we're hoping that we can, you know, within the next 6 months to a year at the most, that we'll be up and ready to embrace this. We've been having conversations with Front Street, and Amy is here to address any questions you might have. Having been the adult representative from behavioral health, I had a lot of old relationships with our contractors. And Front Street felt like a really good group to partner with because of their flexibility. We need some fiscal agency right now to help get things launched. And they've been working doing housing and hiring people with lived experience, and they embrace that model, which is very important to the folks at MHCAN.
Thank you. Another question I have is we have a significant homeless issue down in South County as well. And if you've ever seen the creek right across from Safeway, there are just tremendous amounts of people living on the banks of the creek and also in the Pajaro River when it's, you know, not the wet season. There's significant need also. So my hope is that in setting something up here, we would also consider setting something up in South County.
Yeah, that was definitely spoken to as an agreed need in the report that you have. Thank you. And thank you for your service, and I appreciate Front Street being here. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
You know, the city of Watsonville completed their I don't know what they call their document, but their master plan on homelessness. Did they express any interest in partnering up and seeing if any of their master plan on homelessness fits any of these models that we're discussing here today? Because I think the area she's talking about within city limits is along the creek, and it's out of our purview of PERFMA, where we're not going to address those areas. It's too far out there, but I think we probably got to address it. You know, it reminds me of the discussion we just had about some of the what's that drug? Fentanyl. The red dots that we did, the majority of the red dots were actually there in that area on Freedom, on that thing from that previous presentation that we had 2 years ago. But I think that area really has to be coordinated and addressed with the city as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Just a quickly related to the shifts in funding, do you see the funding that was carved out for MHCAN in future years continuing to go to support this clubhouse model? Do you see an increase or decrease? What do you imagine there?
So I think there are options that the board needs to make regarding those funds. After we pay out all of the outstanding invoices, we'll see how much of the remaining funding is left. We would ideally like to be able to push it forward into next year's budget to potentially help to braid into the funding that would have to be patched together in order to lift up a clubhouse model. But of course, that's up to the discretion of the board. There are many options that I think we presented in the staff report about what could be done with that funding.
Thank you. And then as it relates to day services and housing matters, are we seeing, are the funds, for example, the 70,000 that we're reducing today from Housing Matters, is that going to backfill funds for the mail services, or, how are we reallocating funds to continue to meet gaps?
Yeah, the funding reductions, similar to Dr. Sandoval, the board will have decisions to make around priorities in terms of general fund commitments. We are using those funds to help support the mail services at the moment, and we're expecting in the next fiscal year the cost of covering shelter is going to go up as well at our different locations throughout the county. So there's difficult trade-off decisions around what are the priorities in our investments. And what we're recommending at the moment is continuing to support our shelter programs and making sure that we're keeping people in permanent supportive housing, where we're anticipating, as you heard, I think 2 meetings ago from the Housing Authority, potential risk of cuts to people who are in permanent supportive housing and subsidized housing.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll take it out to the public. If anybody in the audience is here to speak on this item, please form a line and we'd be happy to hear from you. I see no one at the moment. Do we have anybody in the room who'd like to speak on this item? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Amy McCabe. I'm the president of Front Street, and we've worked with MHCAN forever. We had a lot of board and care facilities, and a lot of our clients would go there during the day, and it was a big, I myself made mashed potatoes for their Thanksgiving dinner. So it was a wonderful service for a long period of time, like Yana was saying. And so we'd like to support this however we can and help to bring it back to what it was. And so, yeah, we're in support.
Thank you.
I'll speak briefly. My name is Adrian Bernard. I'm a county employee, but I'm also here as a private citizen. So I'm on the board of MHCAN now, just started. And so I just wanted to say, being on the board, I was on the board in 2011 also for a couple of years, and kind of have a real understanding of how it works. Just wanted to name some of the more details you asked about the site itself. There are multiple rooms. There used to be schizophrenia support groups, bipolar support groups, substance use disorder support groups. So there was all of these. It was really a hub, a community hub for people to explore peer-to-peer relationships with staff being able to offer that level of equality and that level of we're in this together. This is what we did to improve the quality of our lives, and we believe that it's possible for people to achieve that too. I also served as the manager of Second Story, the Peer Respite House, so for about 11 years, and I worked there for 15 and was one of the founding members there. Learned a lot from Encompass Community Services, how to develop and cultivate a strong staff that can be really a huge support to the way that things operate. We're talking about being able to potentially bill also. So I know we had mob billing in the past with MHCAN, but with peer support billing, I know that my understanding is the Front Street currently does offer support, does offer peer billable services through certification, peer certification. So we are looking at developing it on a number of levels, what it might look like to bring it forward. And the clubhouse model is really important, a part of that, because it does create legitimacy at a national, international level. It creates structures where the system can be built in a way that it won't crumble, perhaps, in ways that could be possible. And just also, Marnie's talked about having 2 clubhouses, so maybe one in North County and one in South County. And I think that I can't speak for the board right now, but we would discuss being able to help that process as well. And I'll stop there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
I hope I can speak in a way that's an invitation. I have checkered past, but I have been on the board since January of last year. I don't know you. I don't know these people, but we have in common that we have a diamond. And I call it, the people who I know that we talked about whose house? Our house. And there's a way to move beyond this, because if you talked about a hub of a physical building in its location right by the Diversity Center, my name is Richard, okay? And I put more time, let's say, on professional, because I believe in what I could do. They had no meat. We brought meatballs. Tyler, he hadn't even been interviewed, I don't think, by your research. So I want to be helpful. I came here not for my 2 minutes, but to see what we could learn. I'll never forget $100,000 for showers, not MH Can. But remember, it was only open 4 days. And we can do better. I do know Sarah. You know, I wondered about Steve Pletch. For 3 years, he was on as a board member. So I just hope that we'll get a chance to communicate. And if so, please, let's bring this, who's got the $4 billion? Because we had many vets that came to get services. Let's build what it could be as a community.
Thank you.
I look forward to knowing both of you.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Tyler, your microphone is now available.
Yes, hi guys. My name's Tyler Starkerman. I'm the prior executive of MH Can. And when I started, we were being audited by the Quality Department of Behavioral Health as well as your Treasury Department. And it became abundantly clear to me that our contract that we had with you guys needed to be rewritten. A lot of it was not applicable to MH Can's model, and you guys are correct in seeking a clubhouse model. That's exactly what we were intending to be, was a clubhouse model. And just so we understand each other, I kind of wanted to go over what the timeline of events leading up to the closure of MH Can. Essentially what happened was MH Can billed the county for costs incurring for a program in April. Our April invoice for $55,000. We were not told that the county was going to reimburse us for those costs until July of 14th. So basically 10 days after I had turned in the invoice, I never got a response, and I was stated that you guys wouldn't be funding us. So, but essentially what happened was I had to take it on the role of responding to your guys' audits, both the quality audit and Treasury Department's audit, almost solely on my own without almost any help from the board. During that time, it became apparent to me that this was not applicable. We were not a HIPAA, we were not obligated to HIPAA under what's considered a covered entity. So we were never considered a covered entity. We're actually a business associate, and yet we were being held to the same agreements that somebody would be held to as if they were a covered entity. So I need to understand why the agreement was never redone, and I think it should be redone. We just need to look at it differently. I think MH Can has a great purpose in the community, and it should never have been set up the way it was. And I apologize for any thought misdoings that have been on my part.
Thank you.
Call in user 5, your microphone is now available.
I'm listening to your presentation and comments, and I see here reducing the compensation by $70,000. And I'm thinking of the misappropriations of funds in this country. I heard that people joining ICE are given $50,000 each to join up with ICE, and the funds for this kind of militarism and wars is at $1.6 billion a day for killing people in Iran. It occurs to me we are fighting over the crumbs of what's left after this empire spends funds for the empire and occupation and destruction of other countries. I want to refer people to an article called The Empire Collapse by Keith McHenry, co-founder of Food Not Bombs, keithmchenry.substack.com, The Empire Collapse. And I'll just read part of it for Millie, because this is what we're dealing with here, I think. The U.S. empire may have run its course. The last assets of America are being cannibalized by the techno-fascist billionaire class hovering around Washington, D.C. and Silicon Valley. The vultures of Wall Street are perched to sell the top off the stock market. We could be on the precipice of an economic crash as brutal as the world suffered in the late 1930s. For millions of Americans, the Great Depression 2.0 has been a reality for the last.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, computer locked. I just want to start by thanking Yana, Suzanne, Adrian, county staff, Front Street, and all the folks who've really kind of rallied to try to see how we can keep these vital services functioning in Santa Cruz. One of the things that we learned through the presentation from some of the folks who are here today, and Suzanne, who's one of the former executive directors, was just really how compatible MHCAN services were with the community, the benefits they bring, and, through, obviously, after some years of mismanagement and loss of institutional knowledge, really just trying to better understand the intent of the organization. And it sounds like the commitment that these folks are bringing to trying to revive a program and figure out a way to make it work where it can fund itself, I think it's just really great to hear, because for some of the other models that were out there that we were considering, it was really going to take a lot of resources from the county in terms of trying to cover the costs of running those services, and the fact that they're approaching us with a model that can actually fund itself and make it self-sustaining, I think is something that we should really be considering during these very fiscally challenging times. There's still money left over from last year's budget, and I think it would be really important for us to use that as seed funding to get this program off the table, or get it moving again. And so I'd be happy to move the recommendations and also have that be included, that we roll that funding over into the next fiscal year's budget. I do want to touch, because I think that one of the things that's come to our attention too is that while what MHCAN provided historically served people who were unhoused, it also really served people who were housed and helped them, for those folks who connected with county services, they were then able to access MHCAN services. And I think it's really critical that we're trying to provide these types of support services for people who really want to try to get help. We do want to help those who don't, who may be resistant to services, but by us having this service be available, it could be something that encourages people to seek out help who may be experiencing homelessness. And then to the others, because there's separating MHCAN from homeless services, I think it's really unfortunate that we've been losing these day services in Santa Cruz. We think in addition to losing the day services at Housing Matters, we lost the Downtown Streets team, which was another really positive program that was worthwhile for our community. And we do see a lot of reductions in funding. And so I think that, the gaps in funding that we're going to see around homelessness in Santa Cruz are very daunting. It's not a hole that's going to be easily filled. And I think it's really important that as part of the direction and action we take today, that we recommend that the chair, working with the county staff, send a letter to the governor's office and to our state representatives highlighting the progress that we've made in homelessness and also highlighting how these cuts are going to have negative impacts to us in our ability to continue to address homelessness. As we've been sitting here, I got a text from Luis Alejo, who is one of the higher-ranking members of CSAC. CSAC is putting together a proposal for how we're going to deal with HR 1 cuts. I think that they're looking for $1.6 billion this year, and I think $4.5 billion next year. And I think it's important that we send a letter to CSAC and to our elected representatives supporting the budget proposals that CSAC's recommending, because we know that the county can't solve homelessness on its own. And the fact that they didn't allocate any money in this year's budget means that we're going to have to do whatever we can to encourage our state representatives to fight for that funding at the state level. So, so I guess to reiterate, I'd be happy to move the recommended action, and in addition to the recommended action, direct the chair in coordination with county staff to send a letter to the governor's office and to our state and federal elected officials highlighting our progress on homelessness and how we'll be impacted by the cuts at the state level, that we support CSAC's budget proposal for backfilling HR 1 cuts, and that we roll over this year's funding into the next budget cycle as it relates to MHCAN, and have that come back to us during the budget process.
I'll second it. Would you be open to continuing discussions with Watsonville for Dr. Ratner to continue those discussions?
Absolutely.
Just as a point of clarification, while I am fully supportive of sending a letter related to the homelessness cuts, which is something that we're talking about in today's item, I also received a text from Luis Alejo sitting in this meeting. I haven't had a chance to look at the CSAC proposals yet. I think they just released them yesterday, and I think it's worth our board having a thorough discussion about it. I feel confident we'll be supporting it, but I think it's worth its own agenda item. So I would love to defer that piece of your recommendation to an agendized topic.
Chair, I'll just note that the deadline to meet and send a letter is relatively swift, and we're not going to have a board meeting before the first round of hearings on this. So if you give us some leniency to take a look at the proposal and potentially send a letter, getting that direction now would be really useful.
Great. And then just a question to County Council, and that fits within the scope of this agenda item?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say the deadline's April 7th, and we won't meet again until April 14th.
Got it. Yeah, like I said, I believe this is in alignment with all the direction that we've been talking about over the number of meetings. I look forward to looking more thoroughly at it. But yeah, I appreciate the guidance that we should hustle on this letter. Any additional comments? I have a couple. I really want to appreciate HSA, HSD, and our community partners who've stepped up to try to meet this gap. Our county has a long commitment to peer services, and we've seen that they are effective, that they reduce reliance on emergency services, that they build community, that they save costs. And so I'm really just relieved to see that community leaders and community organizations are stepping in to help fill this gap. And I support any effort to try to preserve what funding was set aside for MHCAN for the future sustainability of these important peer services. So I appreciate the motion, and I appreciate the efforts that you've brought forward today. Seeing no further comments, we have a motion on the floor and from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And with that, we are going to take a break for lunch. We will return at 1 o'clock, and I believe we have no closed session for today, so nothing to report. We will see you back here at 1 o'clock to begin item number 9, which is considering a presentation on the broadband equity access and deployment.
Recording in progress.
Let's do it. Yep. I think. Hold on. Welcome back. We'll now proceed with our regular agenda. We are on item number 9. Consider a presentation on broadband equity, access, and deployment, and California Advanced Services Fund broadband expansion projects, and take related actions. So with that, welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and the board. I'm Tammy Weigel. I am the Director of Information Services for the County of Santa Cruz. With me today is Corey Asfor, who is our ISD business analyst that has been working with me on this broadband project. Next. So today we'll be talking about the results of the countywide activity survey, which was held at the end of last year. We'll also be going into broadband expansion funding from BEAD and CASIV and talking about the proposals that are out there for Santa Cruz County at the present time, and then some broadband opportunities for Santa Cruz County in the future. With that, I will turn it over to Corey Asfor to talk about the results of the countywide broadband connectivity survey that was sent out to residents and ended sometime towards the end of October.
In 2025, ISD conducted a countywide survey to better understand the current state of connectivity and residents' experiences across all 5 districts. In total, we had 520 responses, and a number of trends became apparent. Overall, 96% of respondents had some form of internet service, indicating that we have pretty good coverage in the region. Among those without internet, 68% reported lack of availability as the primary reason. As far as emergency disruptions, the majority, 75%, experienced some sort of outage during emergencies, which highlights some resiliency challenges because that's a time when connectivity is most critical. The biggest gap in broadband is not just coverage, it's the reliability during critical times from what we observed. In terms of the service mix, cable is the plurality of service in the region at about 47%. It's the most common. Behind that, distant second is wireless internet, and fiber is at only 7%, with the remaining options, including DSL and satellite, comprising very small shares where they do exist. Most residents rely on shared infrastructure that could lead to outages, which raises more concerns about reliability and performance during emergencies. In terms of usage, 67% of respondents cited streaming content as their primary use of the internet, which is an important statistic for entertainment of our residents. But more than half use the internet for remote work in one form or another. So it's a vital role in modern employment and economic activity in the region. Other uses include social media at 36% and telehealth at just over a quarter, showing the internet's importance for healthcare and health access. In terms of performance, the majority of our residents reported receiving speeds of over 100 megabits a second, which is considered fast, but by global standards, it's not the fastest internet out there, it's just fast enough, with 13% receiving under 25 megabits a second, which is usable but could cause some bottlenecks if you're doing a lot of remote work and telehealth, video conferencing. It's not quite fast enough for many of those. And 11% of the users were unsure about their download speeds. I'm going to pass it back to Tammy.
So now I'll do an overview of broadband expansion funding opportunities here in the County of Santa Cruz, and there are 2 grant funding streams that we look at. One is BEAD, and the other is the California Advanced Services Fund, better known as CASF. So BEAD was established as a way for broadband for all under the IIJA, under the Biden administration. What happened was, under the current administration, the NTIA, who runs BEAD, restructured it. And so California was asked to resubmit their application because of the impact. Basically, under the newer version of BEAD, they reduced the equity requirements, and also there was a reduced reliance on just fiber. So it opened up the opportunity for other broadband technologies, such as wireless and satellite, to also submit for BEAD. The CPUC did resubmit BEAD again, for pre-approval in December, and there were several ISPs that were pre-approved under BEAD for projects within Santa Cruz County. These include AT&T, which predominantly was fiber, Starlink under SpaceX, and Amazon Leo, which were both satellite-based broadband solutions. California is still one of 12 states that has not been approved for BEAD funds to be released. So this is a map showing the broadband expansion funding from BEAD if the CPUC's second submission to NTI was approved. As you can see, it covers most of Santa Cruz County. The predominant technology is going to be satellite. It is with Amazon Kuiper, which is now called Leo, and SpaceX, which is Starlink. AT&T was pre-approved for areas within the mid-county from Santa Cruz all the way going up Granite Creek into the mountains there. And then District 2 and parts of District 4 also being pre-approved for AT&T fiber in a separate project that was submitted by them. There is a very small slice that's etheric network, and they are wireless, and that's mainly up in the Santa Cruz Mountains. For reference, the red dots that you see on that map, those are all our respondents that we received from our survey that we sent out to residents last year. And so it kind of shows where there is a concern, and people were responding back to our survey there. So CASF grants, which are the California Advanced Services Fund, they're funded through a surcharge for telecommunications that is collected by the CPUC, and then that is held and assigned to projects. Basically, a interested party can submit a project to the CPUC. That project is evaluated for project scope. It is also looked at for area covered, and then is also prioritized areas for no or low speed connectivity. There is a process by a 32 evaluation process where it goes out there where they can have, people can object to existing providers usually. They can object to parts of projects. We've actually seen that happen within Santa Cruz County where an ISP is put in for a project. There has been other carrier that has come back and objected to it, and then the project has been scoped down due to that objection. Mainly that's on a provider can come in and say, we already covered that area, so therefore it is not a no low speed area that needs to be covered under a CASF grant. One of the things that just came out from the CPUC is for the 2025 projects, they pushed the final approval denial to July to allow the NTIA a chance to come back with the final approval on the BEAD, so that projects that were submitted to the CPUC, which are going to be covered by BEAD, may not be approved. Next one. Thank you, Corey. Oh, there we go. This is SurfNet, which is one of the two ISPs in our county that have submitted for CASF grants. The green dots on the map are showing the served areas that would be under the project. This is mainly extending their current services that are between Santa Clara and Santa Cruz County in the mountainous areas. This extends their previous approved projects through FFA, federal funding account, as well as through a CASF grant. The other project that was submitted to the CPUC is Cruz Media Equal Access Granite Creek project. This project would provide middle mile dark fiber going up into the Granite Creek area, connecting down here at 701 Ocean where they have a hub up into that area. The plan is to provide, again, service to those areas that are shown in green on the map, and then eventually being able to extend out into the San Lorenzo Valley area, creating an alternative middle mile that other providers could be able to camp onto and provide services. So one of the assets that the county has is we have an 8.1 mile of advanced fiber optic cables that were run as part of the SoCal Drive Safety Project. We worked with DPW and ISD to fund additional fiber to be pulled through that project for use for either by the county or by other ISPs. So if we are looking right now at the possibility of connecting some of our anchor institutions along that corridor, that would include the Public Defender's Office on May Avenue, the Sheriff Office off of Chanticleer, as well as the Ag Department on Capitola Road, and then also to the animal shelter on Rodriguez, which are very close proximity to where this dark fiber runs. If we were to be able to accomplish this, we are looking at a savings of approximately $30,000 to $40,000 a year in lease options with our current provider. We also have started discussions, though they are just preliminary, of being able to lease some of this fiber to ISPs. We've started talks with both Cruz.io and SurfNet. They're both interested, but again, it's a funding issue on their end. They would need to be able to find funds to be able to lease or do a trade agreement with the county, and then be able to extend that out into last mile into the residents that run along that corridor. However, we really do see this investment as a future-proof asset. This is one of the things that we have talked about with DPW over the years, is putting in conduit and fiber when there is a project that we can be able to co-locate on that, and that becomes an asset for providing additional middle mile that is not tied to one provider, that can be leased out and be creating some revenue generating for the county, and also to be able to expand out to residents by leasing to ISPs. So before we conclude, I just want to kind of go over some prevailing issues that really we see within Santa Cruz County. Our broadband expansion is really market-driven. It's done by the ISPs. So they have to weigh the cost of expanding broadband against their return on investment. And this is where it's been really difficult when we start looking at trying to move things into like the mountain areas or where there's very small pockets of residents. The other is that, as you probably have ascertained, grants are tied to how the CPUC determines unserved and underserved areas. They are going to be producing another map in April. What we're hoping is that that definition that Corey had alluded to of 100 megabit speed will be readjusted, because that has become literally the bottom of what is considered minimal internet at this time period. Again, that map is going to be coming out April 1st, and we're very interested in taking a look at how that impact is going to have on future grants. We continue, ISD, to be involved in our regional partners in trying to expand broadband in the Central Coast. We continue to work very closely with the Central Coast Broadband Consortium and the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We are going to be working with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, MBEP, on their community connected digital learning hubs. They have reached out to us to ask if we could partner with them or at least help them find a location and a partner to be able to establish those learning hubs, and those would actually provide equipment and as well as learning for county residents, especially those who are on the upswing level side of the digital divide. The other is we are going to be involved in the newly formed Santa Cruz Connectivity Commission, SC4, which is going to meet on April 22nd. And this group is in conjunction with CCBC, but it's really going to be Santa Cruz focused on how we can get better regional coverage as well, not only with broadband, but also looking at some of the cellular coverage and how we can start expanding that and working with providers. And with that, I will conclude our presentation and open it up for questions from the board.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll now return to my colleagues to see if there are any questions on this item. Supervisor Hernandez.
So I was wondering, some of the providers like that cities get tied into, like in Watsonville, we got Spectrum Charter. I think here it's Comcast, or I'm not sure what it is. Do those play a role in being providers for just, what was it, to provide low-cost internet?
Yeah, they actually do right now. So one of the projects we worked on with the Human Services Department last year, and we continue to promote, is the California CETF actually has a call center now where residents can call in. And so Comcast and Spectrum also have entry-level options for low-income individuals to be able to get low-cost internet. And so that is provided in several different languages as well. So we, again, would want to promote that as far as an option for residents. Most of our providers within Santa Cruz County do provide some sort of low-cost entry level for residents who can't normally afford broadband.
Okay. And then you mentioned the dark fiber project on the SoCal to 701 Ocean. What do we have in terms of 500 West Ridge, Freedom Campus, 150 West Ridge?
There really isn't anything down there that is going to be county-owned. In the past, we've talked a little bit with the city of Watsonville because they have some dark fiber investment down there. And so I've had some conversations with the CIO down there, Brandon Gill, about the possibility of partnering up. But right now, the issue with their dark fiber is it's not contiguous. And so they are really struggling and trying how they're going to connect their various, isolated pieces on that. But that is another project that we keep on as kind of out there for consideration for future projects, because that is another really excellent asset that's owned by the city of Watsonville. And if we can be collaborative, this was one of the big, we lost a significant amount of middle mile under Prop 165, unfortunately. And one of the things we had looked at, there was going to be dark fiber running down Highway 1 from Santa Cruz, which that would have been absolutely perfect because we could have connected up the West Ridge, and we could have interconnected with Watsonville. And so one of the things that a lot of us county CIOs who lost significant middle mile or continue to look at is how we can kind of recoup that and be able to fund that going forward, because that would have been an excellent asset for us to be able to use to get to neighborhoods that normally would not have been served.
And then you said the low-cost provider, the program that they have, it hasn't been approved yet. Is there any time that us as a board can write a letter of support to, I don't know, CPUC or whoever it is that makes the
Well, like I said, the California, the CETF already has this program. Again, it's already dependent upon the actual provider, and most of them do provide a low cost. What happens at the state of California is they will direct them to say, if you live at a certain address, they'll say, okay, you have 3 providers that can provide low cost internet, and they will help them sign up for it, because there is a process. It is tied to certain programs that people are enrolled in and income base. So there is programs out there. I just think that what we have done in the past and we need to continue to do is make these people aware of that these programs are out there so they can apply.
Well, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for all the work you guys do. Every time I go to these MBIP conferences, they always bring up the county of Santa Cruz in these conferences. So you guys are doing great work.
Thank you.
Further questions? Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you for the report. Just quickly, you mentioned a potential savings of $30,000 to $40,000 a year if we hook up all the county facilities to the dark fiber project. What are the costs of that, and do we have any?
It is basically,
funding for
okay,
it?
so basically, we currently we lease fiber from AT&T. And because of the increased needs for our departments and their business needs that require internet access, as we start moving more and more out into the cloud, we've had to increase that bandwidth that each of those have. For instance, the sheriff location in off of SoCal, that actually costs us close to $2,000 a month to have that that high-speed connection back to 701. So there is significant cost savings over time if we can actually move those facilities onto our dark fiber, light it up, and be able to have them connect to 701 via the dark fiber.
Right. What are the project costs of actually doing that? I mean, we got the significant savings, but how much is it gonna cost?
We would have to still determine that. And one of the things that we had talked to actually Cruz.io about was that if their CASA grant got approved, that we could possibly look at, using some of that funding to connect our satellite offices. There are other options such as trade. We looked at trade agreements. We've done some of those with ISPs in the past, where we will give them a section of dark fiber or connectivity or allow them to be on our facilities, and in kind, that will allow us to connect. Getting fiber to in the ground is not exactly cheap. The cost to get just from La Fonda all the way to Santa Cruz County 701 it cost the county $900,000. So we would have to go back out and estimate those and do some research and see how much that would cost.
Okay, thanks. Well, promising project.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. So much of our infrastructure has always seemed to sort of center around Santa Cruz. And so, as you know, I'm in a very rural area that has a lot of difficulty, and Starlink has solved some of it for some of us, but we still have connectivity problems with our cell phones, et cetera, out in the rural areas. Is there any help or other ideas for how to sort of connect the rural areas that you can talk about today?
One of the areas, again, I'm going to go back to our dark fiber because it does, the beginning of it is an Aptos. And so we have talked to Cruz and SurfNet about the possibility of coming off that and getting up into the areas like Trout Gulch and up into those problematic areas. The other this is one of the things that I'm really excited about, the Santa Cruz SC4 that's convening in April. That is really going to be Santa Cruz focus. And I think by coming together, we can strategize better on how we hit those areas. The issue that we have, Supervisor DeSerpa, is that a lot of times when we look at the maps, those areas are shown as being served. And this has been a big bone of contention with counties and providers with the CPUC over the years, is that you'll get one house in a 4-house area that shows as served, and all of a sudden that whole neighborhood's being served, as far as the map's concerned. So that's one of the things that I've had, discussions with our local ISPs. I've had discussions with other counties about this, and this is a struggle that we have. And it's one of the things I think we probably need to focus on is, being able to go back to the CPUC and really making sure those maps are correct, and that looking at what should be the base for internet access that's reasonable, and is, going back and looking at those discussions is 100 megabits still a reasonable baseline, saying yes, this area is provided.
Thank you. That's been my experience as well. And I have had meetings with Cruz.io and others to try to problem solve this. And I know you've got a lot on your plate also. Do you think it would be prudent to have a commission to really look at connectivity, not just broadband, but also, cell phone usage?
It's something we should probably perhaps investigate. There are other counties do have broadband commissions, and so we could kind of look at some of those other counties, seeing how successful those are, and then consider that. But I would be open for discussion on that as well.
That's great. I've, also been working with MBEP, but I think the true focus of their work, well, I mean, it sort of comes over to Santa Cruz County, but I think their main primary focus is Monterey County.
And that's been the feedback that I've gotten from many people. So you're not alone in that. And that's why I think it is really important for us to continue to work with them, but also for us to establish kind of a local think tank group for us to be able to look about how do we approach some of the issues that we're having here in Santa Cruz County.
Thank you very much, Tammy.
Thank you. I can tell you're seeing a trend where each of us are going to ask about our district and what's going on. The report called out that D5 was one of the districts that reported the highest frequency of emergency disruptions and the highest share of very high monthly costs. And, like other rural districts, connection, it's a lifeline. It's so important. And we were also impacted by the sort of change in maps of the middle mile. So just any thoughts about how either these grants, I understand they're on the summit with SurfNet, but beyond that, or future projects may support better connectivity and more reliability in the San Lorenzo Valley?
So I think the challenge there is right now is, and I will say this, is that we have seen a bit of pushback from the cable company when we've tried to go into their areas with grant funding. This is one of the, I fought so hard to try to keep the Highway 9 corridor because that would have been an amazing opportunity. And there has been some talk with our sister counties along the way to see if we can come together, the possibility of reestablishing that, because that also impacted Santa Clara County as well. But yeah, this is one of the ones, like I said, it's so challenging up there because you have a single provider who is very expensive that pushes back every time that we try to expand broadband up there. I'm really hoping that some of the offerings that are coming out of Starlink and Leo may take some of the pressure off and put some competition up there that would be helpful for the residents. The other issue that I think we need to address as a county is that Comcast needs to step up and make sure that their equipment is working and stable during outages of PG&E and during these events. And I know they have done some work there. They've been putting in some backups, but I think that's one of the areas that we need to focus on as we're trying to expand other providers up there and create that stability. Because it is, with our rural areas, it is a lifeline. It is literally, especially with landlines potentially going away, this is going to be the way for us to be able to handle emergencies. And I've had long conversations with OR3 and David Reed about this, and we're both very concerned about this. And so we're pushing as much as we can on these providers to be able to provide stable communication.
Thank you. I really appreciate those efforts. With that, I'm going to go out to public comment to see if anybody would like to speak on this item. Yes, come on up. 2 minutes, please.
Oh, very good. So I'm just saying, at my age, the internet opens up doors that would not be available. When you can go to Gray Bears once a month and get donated computers, what a gift it would be to anybody to buy one, even $50 for a laptop, and make a difference with one family. So I believe that if I had recorded how they connected me, it's senior abuse. I couldn't understand all that they had for me. And I don't know if you have any comments but I want to say thank you because we've got technology we never had before. I don't mind paying the money, but what I worry about is way, way beyond what I can understand. So my comment is thank you. And may we not forget the base of Twin Lakes, that the Jewish temple and Cabrillo, and how we could use those parking lots so that the homeless people who sleep in their car could have access. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 6, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett, the elephant in the room, microwave radiation damage. Not a word mentioned of the documentation on that. This is concealment. This is toxic exposure. I want to refer you to an article in MontereyBayMatters.org. It's titled Toxic Exposure, the U.S. Navy's Microwave Irradiation of Monterey by Nina Beatty, and of course it's beyond. You have received substantiation of the harm over many years, including from the County Health Officer, Dr. Poki Namkung, in 2012 about smart meter dangers, and you have disregarded it. I want you to be reminded that no resident or fetus or child has authorized 24/7 involuntary bodily microwave radiation trespass. We do not consent to these violations of our privacy, health, constitution, or property rights. This should be turned down. This is a further endangerment when people already have connectivity. You're talking about underserved areas. What about people homeless who are underserved? People who are hungry, who are underserved. This is a hazardous technology.
Call-in user 078, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Diana Nickel. I'm calling to discuss the hazardous of wireless radiation, particularly that whatever you're doing with this broadband initiative should really, you need to support the copper landlines and the internet connections through that, and also through the fiber optic network. I don't know what dark fiber is. I'm hoping that's a fiber optic. But I want to take you back to 2021, the court ruling. I'm looking at it right here. United States Court of Appeals, decided August 13, 2021. Where the court ruled that the FCC had never properly considered all the scientific evidence about the hazards of wireless radiation and required the FCC to go back to review 11,000 pages of evidence supporting claims that wireless radiation at levels currently allowed by the FCC harms people. And this is because the FCC is in bed with the big corporations. So that's why you're not aware of this, or you don't see this often. Now, the FCC is going to be taken back to court by the entities that won in 2021, but this is going to take, I guess, a long time to sort this out. In the meantime, at the local level, you need to be aware of this and push for things that are wired, not wireless. It's a bad path. It's harming our community in multitudes of ways. And just look at this Court of Appeal decision on August 13th, 2021, and read it, and you'll understand the reasoning.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for discussion or a motion on this item.
So moved.
I'll second.
Is that a motion for the recommended actions? Yes. All right, so we have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings? Oh, sorry. Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 4 in favor and 1 not here, not present. Thank you very much for your presentation. We are now on item number 10. However, I think we need Supervisor Cummings for that one. So I may suggest jumping to item 11 and coming back. Sound good? Sorry, thank you. And 11 is very quick, so item number 12. All right, so do we have the people who would be needed for item number 12? Just me? Perfect. Then I'm going to go ahead and call item number 12, which is to consider improving in concept an ordinance adding chapter 2.127 to the Santa Cruz County Code to establish the Youth Commission and take related actions. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to CEO Coburn.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So today I want to present to you the ordinance adding chapter 2.127 to the Santa Cruz County Code, which will formally establish a youth commission for Santa Cruz County. Next slide. And I want to thank Elizabeth Padilla, who is helping work the back end of this meeting today. But Liz has been working on putting together the ordinance. She staffed the Youth Advisory Task Force, and she will be staffing the Youth Commission as we get it up and running. So a little bit of background. In October of 2024, we held the first meeting of the Youth Advisory Task Force. The purpose of that task force was to review youth participation in local government and recommend ways to our office that we might be able to expand involvement for young people. So the Youth Advisory Task Force met for over 12 months, and they had a variety of activities, including exploring the creation of the Youth Commission. They also looked at existing boards and commissions and whether it made sense to add at-large youth seats to those. They also looked generally at youth engagement in county government. In June of 2025, they surveyed youth between the ages of 14 and 24 to get a sense of their needs and interest in civic engagement. And what was really interesting, that survey showed that there was a very high amount of interest in a standing youth advisory body among high school aged respondents. So clearly there was not an avenue for them to engage in county government, and they really wanted that. So out of that work, they recommended to us the creation of a youth commission, and we presented that to the board during our last update on the Santa Cruz County Like Me project last October. Next slide. So the purpose of the Youth Commission is, you can see it here, it's to provide a voice for youth in the decisions and policies of government agencies that affect the lives of young people and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on matters pertaining to youth. Next slide. So what we've contemplated here is for the Youth Commission to have 11 members between the ages of 14 and 18. They can join if they're a senior in high school and they're 18. I believe they just have to be 18 during the whole term of the commission. 5 members would be from the board district, so 1 per supervisor, and then 6 members would be at large, and they would be from the 6 stakeholder groups seen here. So That includes a person of color, persons living in the unincorporated area or a rural area, persons who identify as low income, persons with a physical or a learning disability, persons with an immigrant or a farm worker family background, and then persons who identify as LGBTQ+. Next slide. The term of office is going to be 1 year for each member of the commission with the option to serve 1 additional year. This is going to allow turnover so that as many youth who are interested can participate. We didn't want the same youth participating for all 4 years of high school so that we can allow the most flexibility and availability to youth in Santa Cruz County. And as it says here, the second term is only available if the 19th birthday does not fall within the school year. So meetings are going to be held once a month between August and June to match the school year. Next slide. I'm not going to read all the powers and duties. To summarize them, they all relate to trying to inform the Board of Supervisors on what's important to youth and how policies can align with the needs of youth and youth-adult partnerships and ways that the youth can engage with the community. Next slide. So our recommended actions are very straightforward. They're to approve in concept the ordinance before you, and then we would notice the ordinance and place it on the next meeting for final adoption. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll start with questions from the board. Does any of my colleagues have a question for CEO Coburn? Start on my left, Supervisor DeSerpa.
So I come from a rich history of this because we have actually a student youth representative on the Board of Trustees down in Pajaro for several years, and that person really represents a greater group, sort of like this. Would we ever consider having somebody from that group sit here with us?
Yeah, they could apply, and it sounds like they would probably be within one of the stakeholders groups, or they could apply within the district, but we don't have groups assigned as stakeholders for this commission, but there's probably enough buckets for them to apply and participate as part of the commission. And if they're not on the commission, there's probably ways to engage with the group.
Yeah, I just meant actually, they have a student trustee sitting at the table, you know, and they're not a voting member, but they participate. No, Jason is saying no. Okay.
Yeah, I think the logistics of it, the logistics of it and the timing, they're in school and we have our meetings at 9, wouldn't work out with them.
Yeah, true.
I can just add too, it's really not a policy issue, it's more of a government code issue. You know, the Board of Supervisors is a board that's established under the provisions of the government code. It specifically says who is on the board, and there's not room for adding additional people to sit in any capacity, whether it's in a non-voting mode or a voting mode.
Okay. And then the Youth Commission will somehow make recommendations to this body through what means? They'll come.
They have their biannual report that you receive, similar to, you received the JAG Commission report today, and you know, they could also come forward, and similar to the Women's Commission, they had recommendations. If they wanted to forward a separate item with various recommendations, they could bring that forward to the board and present it to your body.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
I guess it's not, well, I can phrase it as a question. Seeing the difficulty we had in appointing the HAC members, I do this proposed structure does give me some pause, whereas we're sort of trying to codify our idealized version of this commission rather than just making it easy to appoint commissioners and have a quorum that can meet. So I guess the question was, why do we think that we'll be able to meet all of these subcategories of commissioners in a way that would be any faster than the challenges we've experienced with the hack?
Well, these groups came out of the Youth Advisory Task Force. These were their recommendations, and they felt very strongly about these groups and that there would be interest. What they're afraid of is that there won't be representation among these demographics, and these are really the members that they want to see having a voice in giving recommendations to the board.
I mean, that's wonderful. Are those are people from each one of these groups on the commission today?
They were on the task force,
On the
yes.
task force, okay.
Mhm.
Nevertheless, my preference would be to maybe just shift this to 2 commissioners per supervisor with a preference for these categories rather than making it like a requirement. And then also leaving it up to someone to take the lead and try to recruit these specific members. Also, I mean, I suppose a strict definition of youth might be under 18 or 18 or under. I don't think that someone's perception of the world radically changes on their 19th birthday, and so I'm not sure that, I think we should, I would be in favor of striking that particular provision, given that there's only a 2-year maximum term anyway. Final question, what's the current cost of the task force? Just curious.
So it's fewer members. So the stipend is $75 per meeting, and it's going to be less expensive than what the task force was because of that. So it's already in our budget, and I'm just pulling up. I believe we estimated it. So there'll be savings, but it wasn't that expensive. I don't see the exact amount in here, but we're happy to give that to you.
Okay, I'm curious. I mean, I get that there'll be savings. There's still a cost, both in the stipends and the staff time. It's probably a good investment in the future of leadership in this county, and I'm sure some of these youth will come back to be county employees or even run for supervisor or council or any number of the elected positions. We certainly want more of that, but still hard to make a determination of the value of an investment without knowing how much it costs. Thanks.
Further questions? Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, just for clarity, are there any stipends for the youth who are on this body?
Yes, $75 per meeting.
Okay, I'll hold my comments until we come back after hearing from the public.
Just one quick question. Where would the meetings be held, and how the logistics can be dealt with to get people there?
Yeah, so
They don't drive.
we're going to do something similar to the task force. We held meetings around the county. We met in Watsonville, Mid-County, and North County, and we rotated. So we plan to do the same. We found that some kids carpooled. If those who couldn't drive, parents were bringing the youth to the meetings. We also have bus tickets, access, and youth in our county can ride the bus. So there's that. So we found it worked out with the task force, which was a good case study. And I'll also note for the task force, there was so much interest. We had over 70 applications and only accepted about 24. And so our recruitments for something like this are much different than, say, a commission, just because we're reaching out directly to the schools and the districts and advertising through the teachers. So I expect there's going to be a lot of interest.
Thank you. You started down the track of my set of questions, which had to do with advertising and recruitment. Did the youth, it sounds like there's a lot of interest. Did they give some input on how we could best recruit applicants?
Yeah, so Elizabeth Padilla is amazing. She's really good at reaching out and coordinating with all the districts in the COE and getting the word out. We also have connections to teachers, like our facilitator for the task force, who teaches government at Watsonville High School. And so I think we're able to reach youth through all those avenues, and I think we'll see a strong turnout.
And your office will be coordinating the recruitment materials and then coordinating with our offices to also do promotion?
Yeah, we would post it online like we did the last time. We'll give you the flyers. You'll be able to push it out through your newsletters and at your town halls and anywhere else. So, yeah, we're hope that you can be a partner with us in recruiting.
Awesome. And are there youth currently on the task force, or did that phase out as
It's sunsetted, so they are no longer on that, but some of them really love the experience and may apply for this.
Yeah, I was wondering if they had heard that this is moving forward, and if you had any feedback from them, you know, knowing that this is coming before us today.
Yeah, no, they're excited to see this.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so that looks like the end of our questions. We'll come back for a motion after we hear from public comment. Is there anybody here who'd like to speak on this item? 2 minutes.
Well, I've been sure talking too much. I go back to '85 from this county, talking about youth voice and student empowerment. I appreciate the CEO taking this up. And it's not just a stipend, it's how do you connect the institutions already doing youth voice and student empowerment. Particularly, I've been a stand for a youth mayor, bringing it down from the county to like Santa Cruz, where you could connect to UC, you could connect to Cabrillo. And all I'm saying is this is a beginning, that you actually have taken the time to do the research and brought it on this agenda. We can do better. There's possibilities. I could pull out the Case Foundation back in 2006 that talks about getting our young people involved, but people like me. So you're not going to read something if I gave it to you, but please go on your computer and do a Google search for youth commissions. We got a state youth commission. Oh, and I just knocked that over. But I'm happy I did come today. I didn't expect to stay this long. Think that the possibilities of what people could do. I mean, it's not UC Santa Cruz, it's Stanford, it's these other colleges to give youth voice. If you didn't get it yet, one of the ideas is to create a mechanism for funding. Value Youth Fund. And make it, I can get literature to you, but just think if we start with that possibility, you just started the conversation. I'll be able to look at the video of this meeting over and out with respect. Youth voice and student empowerment starts in the institutions.
Thank you.
Based.
Is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Call in user 6, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett. I taught elementary school for 30 years. As I'm listening about having a voice for youth, absolutely, on issues that affect youth. And I was just thinking back to when I graduated high school in 1959 and gave a speech at graduation against nuclear bomb tests, that the theme that we wanted to have a future not threatened by war or harm to our health. And I would like to see this commission have a focus on health and the kind of environment we're living in, including a dictatorship. And I like the title of Value Youth Fund. I'm looking at a document here, environmental health expert urges MCPC to halt cell towers on school grounds, citing equity and child safety concerns. We need children to be in a healthy environment, not microwaved. The previous caller cited a 2021 Federal Appeals Court rule that the FCC acted arbitrarily and capriciously by failing to adequately address evidence of harm related to children's health, long-term exposure, reproductive and neurological effects, and environmental impacts. I'd like to see this document before the Youth Commission. It's by Theodore Scarrato, environmental health expert urges MCPS to hold cell towers on school grounds, citing equity.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now return to the board for discussion and a motion. Supervisor Koenig.
All right, well, I will move the recommended actions with a couple of suggested amendments to the ordinance. I believe that the county council may find these minor enough that we could still move this forward to a second read, but I'm sure it will pipe up if that's not the case. So on 2.127.030 membership, I suggest that we strike through ages 14 to 18 years old. And for 2.127.030B, that we add the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and then comma, with preference for, so hold on, let me go back and read what that would be. So in addition to the 5 members outlined in subsection A of this section, the chair of the Board of Supervisors shall appoint 6 at-large members with preference for 1 person each representing the following stakeholder groups. And then on 2.127.040 term of office, I suggest that we strike through as long as the second year would not include their 19th birthday, and add as long as they are still enrolled in high school. If there's a second, I'm happy to explain those suggestions. I'm suggesting the chair appoint the 6 at-large members because it's a 1-year term, and that way we don't have any confusion about responsibility. I mean, let's see if there's a second. And there can also be consistency as far as understand. If there's 6 subcategories here that we're trying to, you could certainly
can we see if there's a
contact.
second before?
Sure.
Can we see if there's a second
totally.
before we continue?
The chair. I'll second it.
Okay,
Okay, so we have
I
a-
have questions as well about the motion before
Okay.
too much discussion takes place. If I
So we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig, and we do have a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Let me turn it over to County Council to ask his questions.
Okay, so my questions is I want to walk through each one of the provisions that you're asking to change to see if we can do what you're asking for, which is to not bring it back for a first reading again. You indicated that you would like to strike in 2.127.030 the words ages 14 to 18 years old. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so then there would be no age component to the Youth Commission?
Nope, that's incorrect. There is the high school component, so someone would have to be an enrolled student in a high school. So, I mean, sometimes we have people who are accelerated, they're in high school at 13, maybe they're 13 at the beginning of their year when they would be applying to this, maybe they're held over an extra year, they're 19, maybe in an odd case they're 20, but the idea is they're a high school student and we're not defining someone as a youth strictly by an age requirement.
Okay, so it would say, that provision would say the Youth Commission should be composed of 11 high school students appointed as follows. I understand that. We could make that change without having to bring it back for a first read. The next change was that you wanted to change subsection B to have the chair of the Board of Supervisors shall appoint 6 at-large members, and then the rest of it was related to a preference. Could you read that
Right,
again?
with preference for one person each representing the following
Stakeholder
groups.
Okay, yes, we could make that change without having to come back. And what was the third one?
For the 2.127.040 term of office, to strike out as long as the second year would not include their 19th birthday, and add as long as they are still enrolled in high school in their second year. Or maybe it's not necessary
It's not
if it's
necessary,
defined
yeah.
as
It
within the
wouldn't be
membership.
necessary to add that second thing. If you want to just strike the term as long as the second year would not include their 19th birthday, we can put a period on that, and we can make that change as well. So, so it's legally possible to do what you're wanting to do and just put it on for a second read, and staff can make those changes to the ordinance if the board approves.
Great, great. And, yeah, I'm fine. I think that's better just to strike out the 19th birthday there and not anything else. I mean, my goal here is just to make sure that we can get these youth commissioners. I mean, look, we all have trouble appointing commissioners. I'm glad to hear there's 70 applications for this commission. As with any task, it's helpful to have a single point of accountability. I think the fact that we rotate the chair every year makes sense, that it's the chair's responsibility to make sure this commission is full. Of course, we could all provide input to the chair if we know that someone in particular has applied that we believe would be a good candidate. I'm sure the chair would appreciate such recommendations. And furthermore, by not strictly limiting the 6 positions to these different categories, but rather having a preference for them, we ensure that if those candidates are available, they will be appointed. If they are not available, we're not going to be stuck in a situation where we don't have a quorum and the youth commission couldn't meet.
I'd like to ask a couple questions, particularly to CEO Coburn, since you worked with the youth. You know, what's important to me is that the youth voice and the guidance that got us here is honored in the ordinance that we pass. So was there particular thought put behind the 14 to 18-year-old range? One thing that strikes me is that there isn't really a maximum as far as like being a high school student. You could be 21. There would be probably some concerns about having adults with minors, and you know, some thoughts. So,
there was a clear difference on the task force between young adults and older younger adults. So the 18-year-old was kind of the dividing line. The issues they're talking about, the things they're interested in, the needs they have are different. And so they really wanted to focus on 14 to 18-year-olds. Anyone who's an adult can serve on another county commission. So they felt there was already avenues for adults to serve, and they really wanted to give this opportunity to younger people. So they felt limiting it to 14 to 18-year-olds was important to them. I think they would have a problem if we started to see a lot of 18, 19, 21-year-olds. If we got older people who were still in high school getting appointed, I could see that being a problem for them.
Thank you for that clarity. And as it relates to the selection, so say there's 70 applicants, how was your office imagining the selection process going? Were you going to make recommendations to us, or was it going to be kind of we all vet and come forward individually? What did you imagine for that?
Yeah, we wanted to open it up in April and then set a deadline for applications, and we could help categorize and screen them for the board and to make sure we had applications in each of the categories. There could be with the task force, we did an interview process. If the board wanted us to pre-screen to give our recommendations, we could. But I think staff would need to do some amount of work to be able to tell you, this is a good mix, or, here's the short list for you.
And would that be the same whether or not you were doing it to the full board or to the chair as recommended in the motion?
Yes.
Great, okay. Questions or discussion on the motion? Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just say that having attended the Youth Civic Summit and Supervisor Serp was able to be there that day, it was really interesting to hear some of the feedback that was coming from youth, especially, one instance when I was meeting with some of the students, I asked them what they thought about having the sheriff's officers at the school, and they actually said that they felt safer. And, in some parts of our community, we'll hear certain adults say that they don't want to have officers in schools for a variety of different reasons, but it was great to get that feedback from the youth. So I do think that this is, going to be something that can actually be a benefit to the board and to our community, is understanding, what young people are facing and what changes can we make that will help their lives be better. I do also have a little bit of concern around the one person representing each of those 6 categories, just because it can be challenging to find people for those different groups, or the fact that if somebody is filled for that demographic, then there's no opportunity for somebody to potentially, for multiple people of those different identities, be on that board. So I think that where Supervisor Koenig's coming from with having that be a preference, I think makes a lot of sense, just so that we can provide multiple opportunities for people to serve. As far as I think the one thing that I struggle with when we move from the age range to just focusing on high school students, I guess the one question that comes up for me is for students who maybe are homeschooled, would they still qualify? And also for students who may end high school early, would they be able to qualify as well? So I, for example, was going to graduate early from high school and graduate as a junior. I decided to stay longer because my senior year was pretty easy. But, if somebody were to graduate early from high school, would they still be able to qualify if they wanted to join this commission as an 18-year-old that's out of high school already? So that's one of the concerns I just have with, eliminating that age range. And then having the chair appoint 6 folks may be a little time consuming, so rather than it coming to the board. But we can see how it goes at this point with that item. So that's kind of just some of the feedback that I wanted to share, and I'll just end my comments there. But I do think that, the age, having the age range defined, I think makes sense for us to continue to have in this ordinance. So that concludes my comments.
Well, I would just point out that the age range is in addition to the requirement that someone be a high school student at the moment, the way it's currently written. So if we wanted it to be a high school student or a recent high school student, we would need some other change to the language.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. And I would like to make a motion to amend the motion to remove the language, changing the age range from the motion, and to keep the guidance related to the selection of the members.
Is that a motion, or do we accept it?
It's an amendment, which I believe needs a second.
I just want to ask a point of order, because do you want to offer a friendly amendment to start, and then if they're not willing to make those changes, come back to make a substitute? Or
Well, I made an amendment, and let's see if there's a second to it.
I'll second.
Yeah, I am happy to accept it as a friendly amendment if it's fine. I think it's a minor, the age restriction is sort of more minor, but I agree if we can at least sort of streamline the process of appointing these folks, that's the most important thing.
Great. Well, okay. Well, we did have an amendment second. Madam Clerk, are you clear on that?
Not entirely.
Yeah, what are we voting on now?
We did accept the friendly amendment, but they also got a second, so she can
Can I?
let go of the second.
Yeah,
Very reflect.
it sounds like we just need to have recorded back exactly what the motion is now with the friendly amendments. Yeah, and I'm getting a nod from the clerk. That's what the clerk needs.
Okay, so happy to accept the friendly amendments. We only have to vote once. And as I understand it, the motion would now be to approve the recommended actions with an amendment to 2.127.030 membership, such that that B would read, in addition to the 5 members outlined in subsection A of this section, the adding chair of the Board of Supervisors shall appoint 6 at-large members with preference for added 1 person each representing the following stakeholder groups. Is that clear?
And that was acceptable to the second? Let's.
And then
go
we're
with that.
still, and then you're still making the change to 2.127.040, striking out that provision as
No,
long
I
as the
believe,
secretary would not.
the friendly amendment wanted to get rid of any changes to the age restriction. So it'll still be
Okay.
14 to 18 as long as the,
So this just greatly simplifies the motion from what it was. Now you're only talking about one thing, and it's just saying the chair of the BOS shall appoint 6 at-large members with preference for 1 person from the following categories. Yes, I understand that. Thank you.
Great. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
And for the purpose of the record, this is still a motion coming from Supervisor Koenig, seconded by Supervisor Hernandez. Okay.
Correct.
Supervisor Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
aye.
Koenig.
aye.
Pasurpa.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. We will now return to item number 10, which was to consider updates from the core subcommittee on safety net funding priorities, application revisions, and evaluation process, approve core safety net funding priority recommendations to be used in future funding cycles, and take related actions. This is an item that came from 3rd District and 2nd District supervisors. Which of you would like to kick it off?
Yeah, I'm happy to kick us off. So thank you, everybody, for joining us on this item today. As many of you are aware, there was a core subcommittee established in April 2025, comprised of Supervisor DeSerpa and myself, to review the core investment process and to return to the board with recommendations. As we discussed in previous meetings, there's a lot of concern around this being originally started as a program that helped support safety net services, and through the discussions that we've had on the board, it was really clear that that was something that the board agreed with and want us to emphasize. And so we, through reviewing some of the previous programs and looking at what the needs are currently in the community, we settled on 5 priority service areas for the next process: food and nutrition, housing and homelessness, health, seniors and people with disabilities, and children and families. And we also wanted to prioritize groups from marginalized communities, so we focused on race and ethnicity being a factor to consider, gender identity, age group, income and poverty level, and geographic location in terms of who these programs and services would serve. Additionally, with working with staff, it became clear to us that there is a need to be specific, so trying to define, when we say food and nutrition, what does that mean? And so we provided an attachment to our recommendations that kind of breaks that down further. And just as an example, under food and nutrition, the types of programs we're talking about supporting: emergency food relief, food bags, congregate meals, pantries, home-delivered meals for homebound individuals, medically tailored nutrition for people with health conditions where diet is equivalent to clinical intervention, culturally specific emergency food access, CalFresh outreach and enrollment, especially for historically excluded populations. So that's just to give an example. And for each of those categories, we have specific concrete priorities that have been outlined for what the funding would go towards. In terms of the application, we had a lot of feedback during the last process that the core applications were oftentimes more complicated than other types of funding applications. And so we've been working with staff to refine those applications so that they're shorter, much easier, especially for smaller organizations where they don't have grant writers. In terms of the evaluation and review process, we also have, working with staff, came up with recommendations that we would no longer have external reviewers and instead county staff would help review the applications. We also recommending that we establish a standing subcommittee similar to the community programs committees that we used to have at the city of Santa Cruz, so that those subcommittee members are working in coordination with staff to do analysis of the applications and bring funding recommendations to the board in future cycles. And then one of the things that was really important was making sure that these applications and the scores and comments are available to the public and available to the board, so that when these funding cycles, when the applications come forward and when the applicants have concerns, we have full access to the scores and comments, and we can use that to evaluate why a program received or didn't receive funding. In terms of the timeline, we got feedback from the board the last time this came forward to reduce the time period from 3 years worth of funding to 2 years worth of funding, and that would potentially start not in this current fiscal cycle, but the next fiscal cycle. However, we do want to recognize that due to the budget deficit projected about 23 million, that there may be an interest in using core funds to help with some of those cuts. And a couple weeks ago, I think at our last meeting, the board did vote to send letters to the core recipients expressing that that funding may not actually come through in the next funding cycle. And what we're recommending is that if the core funding would be used, that subcommittee be given the authority to work with staff in incorporating, based on the recommendations that we've provided in terms of the core categories, that we work with staff if they are going to recommend eliminating funding for next year to core funds. And I think that's it from my perspective. I don't know, Supervisor Serpa, if there's anything you'd like to add.
You did a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah, covering that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure, well, thank you for all your work on this. I appreciate it, and also turning this around so quickly since just our last board meeting. I just want to make sure that I'm reading the prioritization framework correctly. So in this table, you have the different categories, and then presumably the priority is whatever is closest to the top of that list, and does it become less of a priority as you move down?
No, there's no rank, like in terms of ranking with the table. This isn't ranked. This is just putting them. It was just an easier way to have this kind of organized, but there's no kind of ranking from top to bottom.
Okay, so the idea is that when evaluating programs funded through core, like there would be sort of some scoring based on how many of these boxes a particular application checks, or I mean, how would this be applied to?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, for example, I'm just using a program that exists right now, which is, funding for TK through 5th grade education, like food nutrition classes. Like that's something that's really nice to have, right? Versus emergency, like food bags or food delivery. Like, so for example, Gray Bears or Meals on Wheels, where we're actually giving food to people. And so what we're trying to attempt to get at here is, really helping to provide some guidelines for people who would be considering to apply for these programs. Because it's like if the program that you have is outside the scope of what we're trying to prioritize, then it's not worth your time to apply. And so we're just trying to put some guardrails around the types of services that we would want to see funded. And again, this is, I mean, if there's things that are missing or if there's any recommendations from you all, this is an opportunity to provide us with some feedback. And this isn't the final recommendation as well. As we go through this process, we're trying to make sure that we're staying in alignment with what the board is interested in. And I think the end of August, we're supposed to be preparing to bring back the final recommendations for the board.
Okay, thank you. And I think that answers what you just said, answers my second question, which is to clarify the recommended actions today. There's nothing that basically would make any permanent changes to the evaluation process for core. That would be the conversation we have in August. We're sort of receiving your general recommendations. But today, really all we would be doing is approving the proposed prioritization framework and authorizing the subcommittee to have discussions with the CEO's office around the budget and then applying this prioritization framework to any budget scenarios that involve a reduction of core funding. Correct?
Correct. Okay. And let me just say, for example, I'll just highlight a few things that maybe differentiate between this process and the last one. So in the last core cycle, for example, we added in programs that supported like the environment. And given that when that last cycle, between the last cycle and now, Measure Q funds have become available. So there's many of these programs that supported nonprofits that did environmental work. They can now go and get that, use that funding, or sorry, they can use Measure Q as a source of that funding. So that's not being recommended in the next cycle's priorities.
I think what we were really trying to do is think about what critical needs are right now, given the very limited funds that we have in our budget. And so we bring this to you today, we're working with staff to come up with ways to score this in the future. We haven't actually landed on that yet because we really need staff to help us with that piece and use their expertise. Today is just a day for us to sort of present sort of how far we've come, what we're thinking about, and get your feedback for moving forward. So if we've forgotten something here or you have concerns about something, we would love to hear about it, hear what you would recommend. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Well, to begin with, I just really want to thank Supervisor Cummings, DeSerpa, and staff for working so quickly to get this to us. And I do appreciate in the report, really the reminder that this work was directed to be grounded in broad stakeholder input, data review, and an eye towards transparency and accountability. With that said, I was just curious, in this stage, which stakeholders have you engaged with, or how have you engaged with them?
That's going to be the next step. The next step in this process is as we've refined down the applications, as we've kind of honed in on this, that's the part of the next step is to start going out to some of the nonprofits and stakeholder groups who we've been working with. I think in the past couple months, we've had a few meetings with staff. Part of why we rushed to bring this forward was because of the conversations that we had at our last meeting. So this is an update, and we're going to continue to go out to stakeholder groups and speak with folks in the community about next steps.
So some of the guidance that you have that's starting to form around like the next application process, that hasn't gone to stakeholder input yet?
No, we're still working that out.
Okay. That's helpful for my comments when we get to comments, because I think I'm kind of seeing things as the this year budget versus the future application process, kind of two different threads. As it relates to this, kind of the next fiscal year and kind of like decisions that need to be made now, CEO Coburn, I was wondering if you had any input on kind of the budget formation for the next fiscal year, and if you have any early insights about how core funding might be looking.
Yeah, we're trying to, as we put together the proposed budget, trying to sustain core funding and looking at ways to do that. So we're hopeful that there won't be reductions in the next year. But of course, we need to finalize the budget, but that's our goal. So hopefully we won't have to utilize the recommendation.
That's really hopeful to hear. Thank you. And that would then the recommendation to go back to the ad hoc subcommittee would kind of be a moot point if we didn't need to. Okay, thank you. My next question is just about the recommendation to put together a standing subcommittee versus an ad hoc subcommittee. This question is for County Council. Can you just sort of walk through the differences between the two as it relates to public input and public participation?
Yeah, sure. A standing subcommittee would be a committee that was appointed for an undetermined length of time, but was meant to be permanent. So basically, it would be a Brown Act body, because your board would be appointing it essentially as a legislative body. And so the meetings that would take place of a subcommittee like that would be noticed, agendized, the public would participate and provide public comment and the like. Some jurisdictions have those kind of subcommittees for things like, they might have like a financial subcommittee on a board to address certain financial issues on an ongoing basis. Those are the differences. An ad hoc subcommittee is in place for a limited amount of time for a very specific purpose. There is no hard, fast deadline on how long an ad hoc subcommittee can last, but you kind of know it when you see it, that it's gone on a little too long and it needs to be either disbanded or turned into a standing subcommittee.
Got it. And is that the intention of the standing subcommittee, is to be Brown Acted?
I mean, I think
I actually didn't think that through the whole way. I'm not sure. I think an ad hoc might work, but
we can, yeah.
I'm sorry, let me take a look again at the. I'm not seeing that you're creating a new subcommittee here. Maybe you could explain more about what the intentions are. I thought you were asking that the original subcommission, a standing subcommittee. Hold on one second. Sure. Well, so the distinction I'm trying to figure out here is this is a key element that your board is considering, but you're not trying to move that today, right? Okay, so if you're not trying to move that today, I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah. I mean,
no, because I think we would have to think that through, because if we're a Brown Acted committee, then it would have to be open to the public, not that I don't want to be transparent.
Yeah, there's lots of things to think through.
Sure.
There's lots of things to think through
Yeah.
about when it before making that decision, including staff resources, including
Right.
finances, how much money do you want to spend to do this, and what problem are you solving? Are you trying to solve for?
Yeah, and I bring that up in the context of recommended action number 1, which is to provide input on the future evaluation process of core-funded programs. That this was an opportunity to just sort of lift up questions around if it's a standing committee that you're imagining or not. I understand that's not what you're proposing today, but if there was concerns about that, this would be it sounds like you're seeking input on that sort of thing. So that's where I just wanted clarity, if that's what you were hoping to get to. It sounds like maybe there's more discussions to be had, and that's helpful. Let's see, I don't think I have other questions, so I think now would be a good time to go out to the public. Do we have anybody in the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see anybody in the room. Is there anybody on the phone?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Laura, your microphone is now available.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Martinez and Supervisors. My name is Laura Marcus, and I am the CEO of Dianthus Community Dental Care. I want to begin by sincerely thanking Supervisors Cummings and Supervisor DeSerpa for their leadership on the core subcommittee. I understand this item is an update on the committee's charge, not on funding levels, but it's also an important opportunity for me to share the impacts of HR 1 on local residents. Dianthus has been a long-standing partner of Santa Cruz County, providing dental services to health service agency patients across all 5 of our clinics. We're also the sole provider of county dental services at both the Freedom Boulevard and Penny Lane sites in Watsonville. In addition to Medi-Cal funding and county contracts, we rely on core funding to sustain care for uninsured members of our community. Each year, we provide sliding scale and free dental services to approximately 2,000 uninsured patients. However, recent federal and state policy changes mean that as of July 1st, many county residents with quote unquote unsatisfactory immigration status will lose their Medi-Cal dental benefits. As a result, we anticipate the number of uninsured patients we serve will double, creating an estimated $1 million gap in fiscal year 27 alone. Core funding is therefore more critical than ever. It's a lifeline that allows us to continue serving those who would otherwise go without care. Again, I want to thank the Core Subcommittee for recognizing dental care as a priority. You may remember it wasn't long ago that dental services was not even considered part of primary health care. And I appreciate you recognizing how vital your support will be in ensuring continued access to care for our most vulnerable residents. Thank you for your leadership, your support, and your time.
Dana, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dana Wagner. I am the Program Director for Meals on Wheels Santa Cruz County, and I would like to lend my support to the recommendation to support basic essential services, particularly food, for vulnerable seniors that are the fastest growing sector of our population. And I support the prioritization framework. And I ask if the cuts are made to this prioritization that you take into account the currently funded organizations with that framework in mind. At county strategic planning meetings that were held last month, I saw food for seniors as a top priority for health and safety measures. Meals on Wheels just celebrated our 50th year and 10 millionth meal. We would like to be able to serve 10 million more meals for another 50 years. I thank Supervisor Cummings and DeSerpler for thoughtful consideration of core services for the most needy of our county residents. Thank you very much.
Emily, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Emily, and I'm the Semillitas Outreach Coordinator at Ventures. Today, I'm here in support of our Semillitas families and to respectfully ask that you not support the recommended core funding actions. Semillitas is more than a college savings account. It is a pathway to hopes, aspirations, access to health resources, and higher educational attainment. Semillitas invests in the well-being of our local children and families and helps build the future leaders of our community. Research shows that children with a college savings account are 3 times more likely to attend college and 4 times more likely to graduate. Programs like Semillitas help families begin to believe that college is possible for their children. Before I leave today, I would like to share a short story. Recently, I was helping one of our families and checking if their older child had a Semillitas account. When I found that they did, I told him in Spanish, "Vas a ir a la universidad," which means you are going to college. He got so excited and said, "Yay, voy a ser doctor," which translates to, "Yay, I'm going to be a doctor," with the biggest smile on his face. For a young boy to hear that college is part of his future and immediately imagine himself becoming a doctor shows just how powerful Semillitas is for our families. Let's continue investing in the future of our children and the future leaders of Santa Cruz County. Thank you for your time.
Tony, your microphone is now available.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for taking a thoughtful, data-driven approach to how the county can maximize its safety net investments during a very difficult budget cycle. We appreciate the focus on equity, transparency, and prioritizing the services our community depends on most. My name is Tony Nunez. I'm the Marketing and Communications Director for Community Bridges. The programs we operate and are currently funded by CORE include the Family Resource Collective, Elder Day, Adult Day Healthcare, and Meals on Wheels for Santa Cruz County. And these programs are not outside this framework that you have presented to us today. They are the framework in action. We deliver on food and nutrition through home delivered meals and emergency food access. We support health through navigation, behavioral health connections, and medically supportive care. We help seniors and people with disabilities remain safely in their homes, and we strengthen children and families through prevention and stabilization. These are the front line of the county safety net. If funding reductions occur, the impacts will be immediate. We will lose experienced, trusted staff, many bilingual and deeply rooted in the communities they serve. Services will contract, and families and seniors will face longer waits or no support at all. The need will not go away, and all of you know this, it will shift into more costly systems like emergency care and crisis services. Before any future federal impacts are realized, our community will already feel these losses. So we urge you to protect these core services because they are essential to the health, dignity, and stability of Santa Cruz County. Thank you to Supervisor Cummings and to SERPA for the work in putting this report together, and we look forward to working with you on the future steps for this program. Thank you so much.
Crystal, your microphone is now available.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Cristal Gonzalez. I'm the director of Semillitas Adventures. I'm here today to respectfully ask you not to support the recommended core funding action. I spoke at your last meeting about Semillitas, and I want to reiterate that while I understand the difficult budget decisions you are facing, I urge you to consider the long-term impact on our children and families. Semillitas is much more than a college savings account. It's a county-wide universal program designed to ensure every child, regardless of income, starts life with both a financial asset and a message that they belong in higher education and they deserve access to wealth-building opportunities. Our work is grounded in 3 core goals: improving early childhood development, building expectations for higher education, and creating dedicated savings while fostering lifelong healthy financial habits. Semillitas is an innovative place-based model that connects families to critical systems from healthcare to early education, making it more than a program. It is an infrastructure for long-term opportunity. It is also a model that is gaining attention beyond our county. We've shared this approach statewide, and we're now seeing it influence broader efforts. For example, through our partnership with Central California Alliance for Health, the managed care plan is investing in children's savings accounts tied to wellness visits and immunization. This approach is now being replicated at the state level, with CalKids working alongside Covered California. At a time when families are facing increasing instability, this is exactly the kind of investment that protects opportunity and builds hope for the next generation. I ask you not to approve this recommendation so we can continue this work and ensure that every child in Santa Cruz County has a strong and equitable start. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Doug, your microphone is now available.
Thank you, Chair Martinez and the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate the thoughtful approach being taken to the core funding. This is Doug Underhill, CFO of Community Bridges. And as we move into, the budgetary planning time, the county's facing challenges balancing. Our nonprofit is facing its own challenges, as I'm sure many other agencies are at this time. And I appreciated that Supervisor Martinez was trying to clarify or ask about next fiscal year, because if you're reconvening on this in August, any potential changes that would be occurring to a fiscal year starting in roughly 3 months, immediate actions would have to be taken, and services would be diminished, personnel would have to be cut. So it's, having some, certainty moving forward. And, even if that certainty is only next fiscal year, anything done last minute would be incredibly detrimental to be able to adjust for. And in most cases, a lot of these agencies are also, working under collective bargaining agreements. So, making those changes very last minute become a financial burden, and those those funds that are being received by our agency and other agencies are, planned to be, delivered in throughout the year with services and spent evenly throughout the year. So if, a haircut was to be determined or a reduction, it's hard to adjust for and to come up with money to cover, funding that would already be spent and still continue to deliver services. So thank you for your work on all of this.
Robert, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Robert Ray. I'm with Community Bridges as well. I'm part of the Family Resource Centers. I appreciate the work of the core subcommittee and recognize the difficult budget decisions. I'm here to strongly advocate for sustaining programs that are already working. Through core funding, our Family Resource Center provides counseling, youth programming, system navigation, including benefits enrollment and job application, and seeking support and parenting education. These services create stability for families and prevent more costly crises. We serve over 4,000 individuals annually. These are families who rely on us for trusted, coordinated support across multiple needs. This work is not only impactful, but also cost-effective. By helping families stay stable, access benefits, and avoid crisis, we reduce demand on more expensive county systems. As you consider new funding priorities, we urge you to prioritize current grantees and allow them to align their existing services with these priorities where they already have experience. This preserves infrastructure, avoids disruption, and maximizes return on investment. Family Resource Centers deliver across multiple priority areas at once. Investing in what is already working is most effective. Thank you for your time.
Eat for the Earth, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and Supervisors. I'm Reverend Beth Love, the Executive Director of Eat for the Earth, an organization that supports people in adopting healthy, sustainable diets. I want to recognize the strategic thinking and compassion that went into the recommendations before you, and to acknowledge the numerous proposed changes that respond wisely to the current financial situation. When resources are constrained, it is essential to consider cost effectiveness. Borrowing from a common metaphor, I ask whether it is better to give a family a bag of produce or teach them to grow food. The answer is that both are necessary. The family is hungry now, and a more empowering and cost-effective strategy is to also give tools and resources that improve resilience and sustainability over time. While the 5 areas for prioritization are sensible, my concern is in the details. Neither the health nor food and nutrition areas include the high-impact, low-cost solution of nutrition education and support for dietary change. The reason it makes sense to include these strategies in a basic needs framework is that the primary risk factor for death and disease is poor diet. Heart disease, our #1 killer, is preventable and often reversible with diet change. Diabetes, another chronic condition that responds powerfully to diet change, is rampant in our county, especially among marginalized populations. The proposed framework recognizes that food can be equivalent to a clinical intervention, but fails to allow for the scope of activities that constitute food as medicine. Eat for the Earth's core funded program has demonstrated that people can greatly improve chronic conditions and often safely go off expensive medications for less than $1,000 per unique individual. I strongly urge that the board add effective low-cost strategies that can improve health sustainably in our community. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Raymond, your microphone is now available. As a reminder, if you're calling in on a telephone, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Raymond Cancina, CEO of Community Bridges. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. As you can hear, I'm loading on an airplane on my way back home after Meals on Wheels conference in California. Just wanted to thank the committees and the board chairs for working on this topic, for bringing this conversation forward, and for the commitment of this board to sustain safety net services, and those services are going to be needed as we take on the impacts of HR 1. Just wanted to thank again, as we think through potential changes and shifts in our environment, that we are looking for the opportunity to also see the downstream effects of some of those impacted financials. So I do have to leave now, but I just wanted to appreciate everyone's hard work on this. Thank you so much, board.
Tim, your microphone is now available.
Hello. Yes, I don't know what to think about all the comments, or I don't fully understand them. So, but anyways, I certainly don't want to see a situation where the health of our community goes down the drain. I don't think that helps any of us. Doesn't help our country, especially when we're in a war. So some things of concern, I'd like to see, the federal government step up much harder somehow one day with regards to Pell Grant. So I'd like to see Pell Grant take over much of funding for college, a lot more than what it does now. In regards to savings accounts for children, if it's such that lower, middle, and upper income kids somehow are, those accounts are excluded from any sorts of ramifications when those students apply for college and are looking to see if they could be awarded a Pell Grant, that would be useful in that context. So this way, there wouldn't be roadblocks to these teens being able to go to college at an early age, which is what I had to contend with when I was younger. I had to wait till age 23. And then, I was able to get the Pell Grant, move forward and go to college. So things like that. I don't want child savings accounts to somehow be something that could be looted from children that start such things and that are taught how to save money. And I certainly don't want any blowback where those kids in the future wouldn't even be able to get a Pell Grant. And so the whole concept ends up being a failure. So anyways, so those are some of my thoughts. Anyways, I'm very supportive of trying to maintain the health of our community, and thank you so much. You take it easy. Bye-bye.
Kristen, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Glenn, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Dientes Community Dental Care, Santa Cruz County's only dedicated health center serving 18,000 patients annually, 97% of whom live at or below federal poverty level. I want to begin by sincerely thanking Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor DeSerpa for their leadership on the core subcommittee and for taking the time to meet with us about the process. We appreciate and support the recommendation to prioritize health as a core safety net area, especially now with Medi-Cal cuts facing severe federal and state cuts. The patients we serve are among the most vulnerable in our community. We're already seeing the impact of this with more uninsured patients, fewer resources, and growing need. We're particularly grateful that dental care has been recognized as a priority within the health category. Oral health is often overlooked in these conversations, but untreated dental disease affects a person's ability to eat, to work, to learn, and to live with dignity. And for our patients, Dientes is often the only option. Core funding is essential to our ability to serve the patients that need us, and we urge the board to protect this investment in our community's health. So thank you again for calling out dental care as a key priority within the proposed framework, and thanks for your time today.
Call-in user 6, your microphone is now available.
I urge the Board of Supervisors to call for the impeachment of Trump. The policies of this administration are strangling cities, counties, towns, putting people into desperation of hunger, homelessness, unemployment. There needs to be an effort by governments to advocate for their citizens and demand impeachment and reversal of H.R. 1. You cannot have perpetual wars of the empire now on steroids and getting closer to nuclear holocaust, and at the same time fund local and community needs. It's contradictory economically, and the war abroad brings war home with what ICE and the military are doing on our streets. I applaud your efforts, and we need the funds to provide for the well-being of the community, and it needs to come from the bloated military empire budget. Thank you.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for a motion and discussion.
I'll move the recommended actions. I'm comfortable with the proposed framework for prioritization, and we'll look forward to a more substantive discussion on the future of CORE in August.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And a second from Supervisor Cummings. Further discussion? I have some comments too.
Yeah, I'll just say that, I just want to thank everybody who's been here today to comment. I want to thank staff for their help with the subcommittee, and as we're bringing this forward, we're really trying to find a balance, given the immense need that we're going to be facing as it relates to some of what was recommended in the categories in terms of food, nutrition, housing, homelessness, health, seniors, people with disabilities, children, families in our community. And part of why we're also recommending a 2-year cycle is because of the fact that we do know that needs change over time. When the first round of applications were approved back in December of 2024, we didn't know that HR 1 was going to be an actual thing and that it would pass and end up resulting in potentially $23 million in cuts that are going to be coming and impacting our community. And so my hope is that as we move this forward and as we continue to work through this, we'll have the priorities that we're faced with today, but then moving forward, if we find ourselves in better years, we can also recommend, or the board, whoever's on the board at that time, can maybe shift and want to recommend other priorities. But we do know that right now that with the cuts that are coming in, people who are lowest income and most vulnerable are going to be the ones who are going to be faced with those impacts the most. And what we're hoping to do with this process is help support programs that will help meet some of those needs that we're going to see moving forward. So just want to thank Supervisor DeSerpa as well for her office and all her hard work on this as we try to navigate what is not a very easy process, but it's something that we know is important to our community.
And thank you to staff for helping with this process as well. It's key.
Thank you. I do have some comments on the recommended actions. I think I'll start at the bottom and work my way up. So starting at recommended action number 4, wonderful, glad to have you guys come back in August for a report. Recommended action number 3 is the one that I have the most concern about. I mean, the first is that it may not be necessary to have to work with the subcommittee to adjust next year's grants, because it sounds like our CEO may have a pathway to preserve core funding. And that would be the best case scenario, because as we heard from the callers, we're getting pretty late in the game to change contracts or agreed upon services into the next fiscal year. It would be if we had to do that, it'd be best to do it like today so they could start planning. We don't have that in front of us. So ideally, we're not in a place where we have to do that. And also, I think as a practice, until we have really clear guidelines, I'm not super comfortable with assigning 2 board members to do an in-depth analysis on grant applications, filter out other applications, and bring the full board recommendations, because the 5 of us are elected to represent the needs in our community, and the 5 of us should have an opportunity to review and advise on the funding. So that's just in general a concern that I think is kind of underneath what's in recommended action number 3. So I just want to share what my concerns are there. As it relates to recommended action number 2, this is the tough one. This is starting to set some priorities around core funding. And I do appreciate the work that our subcommittee has done to come up with these 5 categories. We are in a time when we are going to experience pretty dramatic cuts as a result of HR1, and focusing on critical needs seems very important. So I appreciate your work, and I'm kind of following your lead as it relates to these recommendations so far. But I do have some questions as it relates to recommended action number 1 that may influence that. The first is, so recommended action number 1 is really, you're seeking input on the next year's cycle. And on some of the, you're giving some advice on what you're thinking about for next year, whether, 2-year grants, setting up a standing committee, doing a set aside of certain funding there's a lot of concepts in the report. And I understood that you were asking for input on those concepts. Is that correct? Yeah. So I wanted to give some of that input before further work happened.
Can I just make sure that it's clear, this is not for next year's core funding, this is for the next.
It's for the next cycle.
Core funding cycle, right? Because given the people who are calling in about next year's funding, I just want to make sure that it's clear to them that we're not talking about funding for next year, we're talking about the next core cycle.
That's correct.
Okay.
So your staff report or your board report has a number of concepts. And a lot of them, I'm supportive of. I think, whether it's a 2-year cycle or 3-year cycle, as long as we are clear and, consistent, we can either works. As it relates to the concept of, let's see, I think you called it, routinely setting aside funding through core for specific contracts. Just a question, I know it's premature, but were you imagining that we would set aside some funds for certain contracts and that would reduce the overall pool of core funding for others?
That's an option for the board to consider and give us feedback on. There have been, I know last time we had the core funding process, we, for example, took about $1 million and we gave it to the Housing for Health Division, specifically for homelessness. So that they didn't have to go through this process. That funding was allocated through the COC, I believe. So that's an option. There have been times in the past where, for example, people wanted to save Meals on Wheels, so we said, okay, we're going to make that a priority, and they won't have to compete. So it's up to the board. But one of the things that we did recommend that I think I failed to mention it in the presentation was that we also were recommending that there's tiered funding structures so that there's a smaller pool of funds that could be available for new organizations versus larger funding that would go towards ongoing programs. So, for example, if there's a new program that pops up and they want to apply for $200,000 and we're not really familiar with them, does it make sense for us to, approve something like that versus having some of the newer programs apply for smaller pools of funding so that they can demonstrate success over time and then they could qualify for higher grants? That's another concept that we've been grappling with, but this is the opportunity for us to have this discussion.
Sure. Okay, that's helpful. The reason I asked the question is because, there are some grants. Take for example, we had callers on Semillitas, right? It's kind of different. It's a long-term investment in youth savings accounts. It's not reflected on the 5 priorities as proposed, but perhaps that's a place where we're carving out in a future contract long-term fund. That's a concept that could be considered by the committee. You know, my hope for that, if we head in that direction, is that those type of contracts would be done in partnership with HSD or HSA, like the many, many other contracts that happen. So CORE is just a fraction of the funding that we give to our community-based providers. There are long-term contracts with behavioral health for many, many outpatient programs, for, you know, all seniors programs, for all kinds of programs. And those are subject to procurement processes, you know, RFPs, reporting processes, and all that goes into contracting with the county, which is no small feat. So my guidance or advice would be that if we do carve out funds out of CORE and put it in a specific category, that it would be done much like the other contracting that happens in those departments. So there's a sense of accountability.
And Supervisor Martinez, one of the things we're doing is working with staff, and I've gotten lists of all the contracts that we have in the county, and I'm looking to their sort of content expertise to let us know where the holes are, or what if there are trends that they're seeing that need attention. So we're not doing this in a vacuum. We are trying to get feedback from staff about what is the hierarchy of need.
That's really helpful. And I fully support doing this work in partnership with the staff, no problem. And ultimately, you know, the CORE process was intended to add transparency and accountability and equity to the funding process. And I'm going to continue to advocate for that as the next round of funding recommendations come, so that we do provide pathways and routes for our community-based organizations who provide very important work to apply for funds in a fair and transparent way. So I, again, look forward to the report back in August. Hope we don't need an urgent report back related to next year's CORE funding, and appreciate the work of the subcommittee and look forward to continuing to provide my input on your really good work. Thank you. So with that, we have a motion to pass the recommended actions and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Serpa.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right. Moving on to item number 13 of the regular agenda, which is to hold a public hearing to review the proposed delisting of the Sea Breeze Tavern and the Discoveryland Preschool from the Santa Cruz County Historic Resources Inventory and take related actions. And we have, I don't only have one page. We have a staff report, please. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez, Board of Supervisors, Mark Connolly, Principal Planner in Policy and CDI. And what we have for you today is a request to the board to approve a resolution to delist the Sea Breeze Tavern and the Discoveryland Hotel, preschool from the Santa Cruz County Historic Resources Inventory. The DPR forms for these structures are included in your staff report. The Sea Breeze Tavern in Aptos was burnt down in 2020, and then it was declared unsafe and subsequently demolished via permit in 2021. The Discoveryland Preschool is also known as the Twin Lakes School. It was demolished in 2014 because it was deteriorated and no longer being used as a school. So that was demolished with a permit as well. These two structures are in the historic inventory, both as what we call NR5, so fairly significant when they were in existence. but they no longer exist. The action, again, today before you is just to delist these from the historic resources inventory. Just a side note, there's a subsequent action that has to happen. When we have these historic properties, they get a -L zoning to them, and that -L is proposed to be removed in the annual code updates, AKA Project 5 of Streamline Santa Cruz. It's going to start going to the Planning Commission on April 8th as a study session, and it'll end up before you in May. So that's how that will happen. And this just reflects the current conditions of the historic inventories. That's why we're doing that. So I can answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the board?
Just one. So obviously, with the Seabreeze Tavern, it doesn't even exist anymore. So will this delisting make it easier for somebody to potentially develop on that piece of property?
Certainly, yeah. You won't have, and I guess I should also say that the structures were the historically significant aspect, not the property. So there was no activity that happened on the site that would have warranted it. So it's just the structure, the fact that it's now gone and we take this away will certainly allow somebody to come back and develop that property.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
First, we're going to go to public comment. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. So bringing it back to the board, we have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa. We have a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. So now we will move on to item number 14, holding a public hearing to consider the 2025 General Plan Annual Report, accept and file 2 related annual reports, and take related actions. So with us, we have Mr. Connolly again, and we have Mr. Lutz. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. Thank you for the introduction. To my right is Jacob Lutz, planner with policy. And today, what we have for you is the 2025 General Plan and Annual Report. So state law and Santa Cruz County regulations and our code require preparation of this annual report as a sort of annual checkup. This is like going to the doctor for us to see how we're doing in terms of our general plan implementation, our housing element programs, and things like that. It includes an update on general plan amendments, housing programs, as well as various housing statistics that demonstrate the county's progress toward meeting our RHNA, our Regional Housing Needs Assessment, and our fair share of those housing goals. So the general plan and housing element APR reports for the 2025 year, so always working a little bit backwards there to report what we've accomplished. And after you review this and the board gives us a recommendation, we'll put this into a format that the state recommends, and we'll transmit this to the state to file and keep. And that has to be done on April 1st. So this is good timing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jacob to give you a little overview here.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and supervisors. The General Plan Annual Report includes 2 main sections. The first part provides information on the general plan as required by the county code and state law, a report on density bonus projects, major active projects, and a summary of the housing data presented in the Housing Element Progress Report, or APR tables for short. This first part is included in the first attachment of your packet. The APR tables constitute the second part of the report. This section provides data on the production of new housing units and various other housing statistics from the Housing Element APR presented in tables required by HCD, the State Department of Housing and Community Development. In addition to the APR, all housing successor agencies, including the county, must report annually on uses of its low and moderate income housing asset funds, or the LMIHAF report. This report is presented to the board with the General Plan Annual Report each year and is due to the State Department of Housing and Community Development concurrently with the APR. The county code requires a report on general plan activity, including adopted and currently active amendments to the general plan. Major general plan amendments in 2025 included the second batch of the housing element rezones, known as Batch B. These 43 parcels were rezoned in May of 2025, along with the previous 27 other parcels rezoned in late 2024. Additionally, a variety of minor updates to the general plan in conjunction with the county code, known as a project called the 2025 Miscellaneous Amendments, was adopted in 2025. This project helped maintain the county code to be effective and current, along with our general plan. Other pending amendments expected in the coming year include continued work on annual general plan and code amendments, updating the public safety element, primarily involving coastal hazard policies, along with amendments to allow and regulate the development of energy storage system facilities. In order to allow for the development of these facilities, targeted general plan amendments are necessary. More information on general plan activity is detailed in the attached report. This slide provides an overview of the key APR tables on housing statistics and program status. Table A contains data on housing development applications that were submitted to the Planning Division. There were 22 applications received in 2025, 19 of which were approved, and 3 are still in process and expected to be approved in 2026. Table A2 contains data on entitlements, which are housing development applications that were approved and are awaiting building permits in 2026. A total of 19 housing projects were approved in 2025, proposing 471 new units. Table A2 also includes all ministerial building permits issued for housing units and housing construction completed. In 2025, a total of 54 new units were issued in Santa Cruz County, and 96 were granted completed building permits. Table A and A2 are large and very detailed tables that are difficult to reproduce in the staff report. However, some of this information is included in the summary tables in your packet. Table B also summarizes the data on new units that were building permits in 2025 that count towards the county's overall progress of meeting our regional housing needs allocation. We'll dig into Table B in a little bit on the next slide. And lastly, Table D contains information on the status and progress on the implementation of all programs described in the housing element and is also included in your packet. The current RHNA plan for Monterey Bay region allocates a goal of 4,634 new housing units to the unincorporated area of the county for the 8-year planning period from 2023 to 2031. These units are distributed between 4 income categories: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate, significantly higher than the prior 5th cycle RHNA cycle. In Table B, these 138 units are broken down by affordability categories to demonstrate the county's progress in meeting the allocated share of regional housing need for the planning period. The 138 housing units include 84 at-risk units that were successfully preserved, along with the 54 new issued housing units. All 138 units count towards the county's RHNA. Regarding the table, we see here a couple of notes. DR stands for deed restricted affordable units, and NDR stands for non-deed restricted units, those of which are analyzed to be under a certain affordability based on a survey of comparable units in the area. The first column in green shows our assigned RHNA numbers for the planning cycle by income group. The next column lists the number of housing unit building permits issued for each year of the 6th cycle and places those units in various income categories. Over on the far right of the table, the column in gray totals the number of units permitted in each income category so far in our 6th cycle. And the far right column in green is the total remaining RHNA by each income category. In 2025 alone, building permits counting towards RHNA equated to 138 units, including the preserved units, single-family dwellings, attached and detached, and accessory dwelling units. So far in this cycle, a total of 363 new units have been issued in Santa Cruz County. Recent trends, however, indicate that the current housing climate supports production of higher density, affordable housing projects. As shown in the table here, there are a significant number of housing projects currently in development or recently completed, accounting for nearly 1,100 units. All of these projects provide different levels of affordable units, including rental units and for sale units, accounting for nearly 670 affordable units. In addition to the projects listed in this table, the county has approximately 1,600 housing units in the development pipeline. These units are at various stages of the process, including pre-application, fully entitled, and awaiting a building permit. This level of activity is very encouraging for future housing production. The pipeline is particularly important given the relatively slow construction year in 2025, when only 54 new units were permitted. As we see in the following chart, ADU construction has significantly increased in recent years. The dashed line represents a trend line to visually represent the direction of ADU construction in our county. This upward trend is in large part because of all the state legislation and updates of the county code and technical support to encourage these types of units in our county. Key updates to comply with the recent state law include allowing ADUs anywhere, single or multifamily residential land use, and easing development standards such as unit size, setbacks, and parking were key changes. Over the years, the county has also developed various programs to address these barriers, including fee waiver programs, a suite of resources on the county's ADU website, and the county is currently operating a technical assistance program to aid property owners with ADU project planning, design, and construction to replace the former low-performing ADU forgivable loan program. Several ADUs have been constructed as a result of this incentive program. This has contributed significantly to our RHNA numbers, particularly in the low and moderate income categories. In the first 2.5 years, ADUs accounted for 182 of our RHNA units so far. The 2023 housing element is driven by two guiding principles: facilitating the development of new housing and affirmatively furthering fair housing. The goals and policies in this housing element address the county's identified housing needs and are implemented through a series of housing programs. The 6 goals of this housing element are shown here on this slide. Housing programs describe specific actions that the county will take to achieve the county's housing goals. Table D contains information on the status and progress of housing element program and policy implementation for all programs described in the housing element. Some key programs that the county completed in 2025 include programs H1B and H1J, which are the adoption of the Batch B rezones and successfully completing all necessary rezones, which include the SB 10 rezones as a result of the 2023 housing element. Programs H1C, the Ministerial Combining District, and programs H1H, the SB 9 ordinance, both were certified by Coastal in 2025 and now are in effect countywide. Program H2A extended affordability contracts for the expiring deed restriction on the Seaside Apartments in Live Oak. Lastly, H3I, with respect to the county-owned site known as 7th and Bromer, the county has entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with the selected developers in 2025, and the developer is currently seeking funding for their project. Several programs have been fully completed throughout the first 2.5 years of our cycle, but several are continuous programs. Currently, 35 programs have been implemented, whether they have been completed or are currently in progress. County housing funds that consist of revenues from former redevelopment agency housing assets are known as the Low and Moderate Income Housing Asset Fund, or Low Mod Fund. Most of these funds support development of lower income rental units, focusing on very low and extremely low units, primarily rental units. In 2025, Freedom Transitional Housing in South County received the final draw of development financing. The project also received Home Key grant funding from the state and will serve extremely low-income young adults aging out of foster care. This slide provides a snapshot of the Low Mod Fund in the fiscal year 2024 and 2025. Further details are provided in the attached annual report. And this brings us to our recommended actions for today. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors hold the public hearing on the 2025 General Plan Annual Report, accept and file the 2025 General Plan Annual Report in the fiscal year 2024-5 Housing Successor Agency Report on Low and Moderate Income Housing Asset Funds, and direct staff to submit the annual reports to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation and HCD as applicable. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and see if there are any questions from my colleagues on the board. Supervisor Koenig.
A couple of questions. Thank you for the in-depth report. ADUs always sort of account for an impressive amount of the total housing build. I see we're at 50% over the last few years, and the trend line seemed like it was really skyrocketing there. And then in 2025, it's a lot lower than in 2024. Is there any reason that you can think of to explain that? Is this the trend reversing, or is it just a temporary blip?
I would say it's a mixture of outside factors, mostly economics, high interest rates, inflation, tariffs, all of the economic uncertainty. We see a trend of all building permits slowing down this past year, not just ADUs. We only saw 54 permits, and the single family dwelling slowed down. Small apartments, big apartments didn't occur, and 43 of the 54 permits issued were all ADUs this past year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I'll just add to that we're doing our best to try to keep up with the state law. Currently, we're amending that ADU ordinance again, as many of you are aware, and try to keep up with that to make these as easy as possible for our community members to develop. So, we're working frantically to get that done. So we hope that, a combination of what Jacob said with the economics improving a little bit, hopefully, and making it easier and having clear ordinances will help as well.
Great, thanks. And then on your list of the upcoming projects, there's quite a few in the pipeline. Did you say 1,600?
Yes, 1,600 in the pipeline.
So
all at various stages.
That's significant. And I guess obviously for the purpose of this report, we cannot count them until they actually have a building permit. So even the entitled units like at Thurber and SoCal don't get to count that yet. But I noticed that the 41st and SoCal project, you had the status of just sort of pre-building permit. And I assume that's because it's a ministerial project and will not need to apply for entitlements. Is that right?
Yeah, so that one was a ministerial combining district project, and they have gone through our development review group phase, and they have applied for a building permit, and they are going through that phase.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any further questions? I had the same ADU question, so thank you for clarifying. That was a good one. Now I will open up to the public to see if there's any questions or comments. Welcome.
All right.
2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Mondo, and came here to listen to your guys' report. One thing I'll comment quickly, what they said is a lot of these big housing projects that are coming are going to be very dependent on subsidies. And I'm not as confident in the future moving forward. We're going to get a lot of this money from the state and the federal. So let's tamp down on that. And one number I really want to stress to everybody here is the number of $110,000. that is what the average Santa Cruz County household brings in per year. And if you plug that into a calculator, a mortgage calculator, average family can afford around $450,000. Now, there are lots of places in this country where housing like that is getting built. However, there are a lot of people who've never worn a tool belt in their life that will say that can't be done here. I'm telling you right now that it can be done because I have personally done it. And I have invited everybody here. Again, you're welcome to come out to my ranch and you can view a home that I built like this, which I believe is stunningly beautiful. Spanish tile roof, stucco on the walls, 13-foot vaulted ceilings, private balcony off of every room, a real concrete foundation, off-street parking, internet, all that above. And tomorrow, as mentioned, I'll be meeting with your Housing Advisory Commission, and we're going to be discussing building more ADUs and how can we bring those forward, being sold separately as ADUs or allowing more of them to be built. And since I helped get these laws through the state, one of the weaknesses of these laws is that a lot of our rural communities are left out. So I wanted to talk to Kim, Monica, and Felipe. We got to fight to allow that these sort of ADUs, this extra building, can also be built in our rural communities as well, and they don't get left out. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will bring it back to the board for a motion discussion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez, a second from Supervisor Koenig. Further discussion? Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank you all for this report. I think something that that I'm genuinely concerned with over time is, for these units that are non-deed restricted, how are we, going to track that they're actually meeting the income levels that they're supposed to be meeting? I know when I was on the city council, they would, talk about affordable by design, and if they were smaller, that they would apply to those categories. But I think we're seeing now some of these studios that are being built where they're renting at $3,100 a month for a 425 square foot studio. That's not really affordable for most folks. So I had heard recently about Monterey, and Monterey moving forward with the city of Monterey moving forward with a rental registry. And I think that's something we may want to discuss and consider, because that would then allow us to track rental properties and have some idea of what they're renting for and see, how these trends are changing over time. Do we actually see that more supply leads to stabilizations and rentals, what have you? So I think that, we may want to have a conversation and consider implementing something similar in Santa Cruz. We had discussed it when I was on Santa Cruz City Council. The makeup of that council changes, so we didn't move it forward. But I do believe that San Luis Obispo has also introduced a similar type of program. And so it might be worth us looking at, what other communities are doing to track their rental housing stock to make sure that, what's coming in is at the income levels it says it is, and tracking to see how that changes over time. But really just want to appreciate all the hard work that's being done on bringing especially the affordable housing to the community, which people have expressed they really want to see more of. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I actually do.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
So if we need to build 4,634 units in the unincorporated area, and it looks like we have just over 300 built, that's a lot of housing to build. Something like 600 or units a year from now until 31. What happens if we don't build them? If we can't make that number?
Well, we've looked around at the math, and, Jacob did a really good job of giving you a slide there showing the pipeline projects. So we see an opportunity in many, many years here, this 8-year cycle, that could actually yield a lot more units than that. So we're very carefully and keeping our fingers crossed that we actually could still meet that. And there is a strong possibility we do. There's no negative real ramification if not meeting it. The ramification is really more not implementing our housing element programs. And if we didn't show every year, similar to the way we're doing here before you today, that we're not trying to achieve these goals, programs, reporting what we're doing, and making these course corrections. Like I said in the beginning, this is kind of like a doctor's appointment. We go and get our checkup and kind of make deviated changes. So as long as the state sees that, there probably is no ramification at all to, having a housing element decertified or anything like that. We just have to keep fighting and show these good faith efforts, reporting these things, and making, course corrections as we can. But, if we come up a little bit short, there's also a possibility we get some rollover too to the next cycle. So that would be the 7th cycle. But hopefully, we're just going to keep doing the best we can, and hopefully we'll get there.
Thank you. Thanks for all the hard work.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the presentation and the good work that you did to bring us this. And I feel hopeful about the pipeline. This year's numbers was a little demoralizing, to be honest. But, we've just, in the last year have seen multiple projects come before us and progress happening through our planning commission. And I look forward to seeing further progress. So thank you so much. And do we have a motion? Cannot remember. We have a motion and a second from Supervisor Koenig, Supervisor Hernandez, seconded by Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I will now close that public hearing, and we will move on to item number 15, which is to hold a public hearing to consider adoption of a tribal compensation fee of $200 for 3 years and take related actions. And we have Mr. Conley again to give us our presentation.
Thank you, Chair Martinez, board members. This item is a pretty straightforward, short one for you. This is asking the board to approve a resolution to establish an initial tribal consultation fee and modify the unified fee schedule to address that and actually put it into the fee schedule. So the Board of Supervisors approved a pilot program on August 19th, 2025, and this would be to compensate local California Native tribes for consultation on county projects. So the purpose was to provide fair compensation and really encourage more active participation from the tribes. This would establish a $200 initial consultation fee in the county's unified fee schedule. And the way that the board structured it was also to direct staff to come up with protocols. And the process that staff's come up with, and was with great help from District 3, was a process of implementing that when a formal application is submitted to the county, that community development and infrastructure would follow that project up with a letter of initial consultation that's sent to the relevant or applicable tribe representative, and that would have a qualifying questionnaire. And if that tribal response qualifies for consultation, the $200 is provided to that tribal representative, and that $200 is then billed to the applicant as well as any subsequent future funding for consultation process. So that's where we're at. That's what this is, to what's before you today, to put this into the you call it the UFS, the Unified Fee Schedule, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing and see if my colleagues have any questions on this item. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for all your hard work on this and for really being supportive of getting this moving forward. I guess the one question I have is, since the, it kind of fits within the context of all the housing development, have we had any, because since we established the pilot, have we had any tribal consultation conducted on any of the projects throughout the county?
No, but we have 2 or 3 coming up very quickly. Right. So this is very timely.
Okay,
yes.
Great. That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name's Kate Anderton. I'm the chair of the board of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. We've been working with you all and with staff in moving this project forward. I just wanted to express my appreciation again for your adoption of this pilot and for the staff work in putting together with care the kind of support for the reasonableness of this relatively modest fee to make sure that we integrate at the earliest stages of project development consideration of the kind of legacy that our county has that is memorialized by the tribes and their surviving members. I think it bespeaks well of our county to move forward in this way. And I wanted to mention to you, I'm sure that many of you were not aware of this, but when you all adopted this pilot program last August, it was linked and mentioned in the National Tribal Business News Weekly as an item of note. And I think it demonstrates the kind of leadership that you all have brought to this issue, and I appreciate your doing that and look forward to continuing to work as appropriate to move this project forward. I know the responsiveness of Amamutsan tribal peoples in terms of documenting the kind of process that they undertake with care to make sure that their response is comprehensive has been really welcome. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez, a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Any further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. That concludes our regular agenda, and we will be having our next regular board meeting at 9 a.m. on April 14th here at the County Government Center, 701 Ocean Street in the basement. The meeting is adjourned at 3:35. Thank you so much, everybody.
Recording stopped.